the glass doors of cold rooms and freezers lies a major source of protein for many households. Frozen chicken, turkey, and fish have become common food items in homes, restaurants, and food businesses across the country. From importation and storage to transportation and final sales, frozen food pass through a chain that is highly dependent on electricity, fuel, and efficient handling. Any disruption along the chain often reflects to the final price paid by consumers. On this edition of Market Survey, we examine the current prices of frozen chicken, turkey, and fish, the factors influencing their cost, and how traders are responding to the market conditions. Frozen chicken, turkey, and fish are largely sourced through importation and large-scale distribution, making their prices sensitive to several factors. Traders explain that costs related to import duties, foreign exchange, transportation, and storage play a significant role in determining market prices. Cold room operator says the cost of running generators has increased as frozen food require constant power supply to prevent spoilage. Fuel expenses, maintenance of cold storage facilities, and logistics all add to operational costs, which are often passed on to consumers. At the retail level, traders price frozen items based on size, weight, and type. Prices can also vary depending on supply levels and consumer demand. During the period of high demand, such as festive season, prices tend to rise, while lower demand often leads to slower sales. Consumers say frozen chicken, turkey, and fish remain important protein sources, but prices changes have affected buying habits. Many buyers now opt for smaller portion, cheaper alternative, or less frequent purchases in response to rising costs. Welcome to Market Survey. On this edition of Market Survey, we are currently in the market to get to know the current price of frozen chicken, frozen turkey, and frozen fish. So stick with us as we get to know the current price of these various items. I am Stephanie Notoriua. Chicken and turkey day for market now, the price is not come down.
Yes, it don't come down.
So how much until they sell kilo for chicken?
No, they sell on 6,000. Chicken wings they sell on 7,000. The turkey na 9,500.
How much until they sell on before?
Before turkey na 10,000, chicken na 7,650. But it don't drop now. Chicken wings they sell on 8,000 now, but now they sell on 7,000.
It's when it drop.
Don't they go like a month now?
So how much they buy for carton? So that carton until they carry.
They buy carton 55 for chicken. The turkey now they buy on 90.
How much they carry before?
Before now.
For the chicken?
For the turkey.
What of the chicken?
Chicken they buy on 65.
You see corner pass it.
Yes. I don't get believe say go corner pass on. No be say not guess it, but I guess this time around it go come down. Now this they change this. The money attention, the money to the chicken to the drop.
Before they sell on 5,000.
So that's 6,000 at the last price now?
Yeah, this is on last price.
So how much until they carry give this carton, this small carton?
This carton are 10 kg and then as it be so, now 60,000. Some people will give it 62,000. So it depends on how the price they come for them. Yeah, so that's what it be.
How much until they sell them before?
Before they sell on 50,000.
So it don't increase now?
Yes, they increase.
So what about turkey? How until they sell kilo?
Kilo now for turkey now 9,000. Before now 8,750.
So that means it does still go up?
Yes.
How much until they sell the carton?
The carton are 90 for now 90,000.
We say no they frozen, we say no block. And the one we say it can't block. Like the price is the difference if people want buy and they'll say this one no block.
Not the same price. Not the same because if you sell at a lower price, now with that loss, you loss.
much they sell Scobian fish now?
1 and 4,000. 4,000 naira. Before we dey sell 1,500, 1,000. But now it can't even worse pass. This must be at 4,000 naira. One cattle at 198, 198,000. Then at 200 now.
How much did they carry am before?
Before, you never reach 120. 198 for one cattle. Say, we carry 150, 15,000, but now 95,000.
So you don't get another type of Scobian solo?
I know they said that one. Now let's Scobian they say.
So but that one still there on the high side?
No, that one they cheap, but not the sweet. That one they cheap, but not the sweet. Some make us not the seller. 150, we fit manage am. You buy one fish like this 4,000 take cook soup. Now wasting our time now. Because before a ton soup it don't break. Before it not be like that.
from our market survey show that the prices of frozen chicken, turkey, and fish remain closely tied to operational cost and supply conditions. Traders says expenses related to storage, fuel, and transportation continue to influence pricing decision. While they all acknowledge the importance of these food items in their daily meal, many say affordability remains a challenge. As a result, buying patterns have shifted, with households adjusting quantity and meals plans to manage expenses. For traders, the market remained competitive as the balance rising cost with the need to attract customers. Despite these challenges, frozen chicken, turkey, and fish continue to play a key role in household nutrition. As economic conditions evolve, monitoring the prices of frozen food provides insights into broader issues affecting food supplies and household spending. Trade Traders report slow patronage, explaining that while goods are valuable, consumers are more cautious with spending. The balance between keeping frozen food affordable and covering operational costs remains a daily struggle for sellers. As market activity continues, the price of frozen chicken, turkey, and fish serve as a reflection of broader economic pressure affecting food supply and household budget. For now, traders continue to adjust to these realities, navigating a market shaped by rising costs and changing demand. Sellers explain that frozen product requires uninterrupted power supply to prevent spoilage. As a result, operators depend heavily on generators, making fuel cost a significant part of their daily expenses. These costs, combined with transportation and market levies, continue to influence the final price paid by consumers. Despite the availability of frozen chicken, turkey, and fish in the market, patronage remains slow. Traders say many customers now buy in smaller quantities or reduce how often they purchase frozen food as they try to manage limited household budgets. For traders, the situation has created a difficult balance. While they strive to keep prices within the reach of consumers, they must also cover operational costs to avoid losses. Some say profit margins have dropped, while others worry about sustaining their businesses if costs continue to rise. As the market adjusts, frozen chicken, turkey, and fish remain essential food items for many families. However, their prices continue to reflect broader economic pressure affecting food supply and consumption patterns. In the end, the frozen market tells a larger story, one of resilience, adaptation, and the everyday struggle to balance nutrition with affordability. As conditions evolve, both traders and consumers continue to navigate challenging market environment.
And that is today's edition of Market Today. I am Stephanie Montoliwa.
certainly the best.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaewari and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and today on Viewpoint we're going to be talking about the current electricity issues and situations that we as business owners, as individuals, are facing in Nigeria, as over 80% of households lack adequate access to grid, as Nigeria's electricity sector suffers from chronic liquidity trap and infrastructural decay, leading to frequent national grid collapses, with generation dropping below 4,200 megawatts, far short of the 4,000 megawatts required for its citizens and population. It is a Viewpoint on ITV, and we're going to be looking at some of the key issues affecting our electricity sector in Nigeria. I am Caroline Okonji.
In terms of security of it, we need light. And based on that, in some areas, it makes it difficult for us when we are on patrol at night. And we are even begging the state government to try and do something, at least by supplying street lights in some area that are dark in the night. In most cases in our community, there are places that is very dangerous, that without light we cannot do anything of such. For so doing, we want, as a matter of urgency, the Edo State government to try and do the needful, so that the security will be okay for us, so that we can be able to work effectively.
The issue of NEPA issue that you came from is very rapid to us, in the sense that the NEPA look as if we are not a citizen of Nigeria, because since a month there's no light in us. We have been passing through. Which NEPA, anytime they came, a minute or 30 minutes to, they will come and bring the light to us. That is, we are not expecting them to come and collect their bill. Indirectly, we are expecting bill from them to come and collect it. Within that hour or 2 hours, you will see a number of people with a ladder. They will come. They will come. And after their collection, there's nothing like light again. They will block us up. I think before we have this light, they mandated us to buy a meter, which we bought individual. We pay through the NDC, we have our transformer here, not through NEPA. Before we got out this light, they mandated us to write an application of submitting it to the NEPA as a will to them. And we work for it. And we should not claim ownership. And we fought for the transformer. And after that, again, they came that there is no oil in it. We pay up to 1 point something again. Before, after all that, they came up again, said it was meter issue again, that every community, every houses have to have a meter, which we did. We have to. I have my own receipts. I have my paper meter in my residential house here. So after all that again, they came up with a past bill. We, before we make that transformer, got that transformer, we've been glass out for 10 years here. They came with a bill to us again that we need to pay a standing bill. We went to Testament, the office there. After we left, the one at the bypass. They were delivering us before they now refer us to the one at bypass. I don't want to mention name of the manager there. Got in there again, he said we have to go for all those things. We need to fulfill all those things which we did. After that, they now on the light for us. As they on the light, not up to a month, we were still in blackout again. So at the end of it, we went again. They said it was according to them that the electric wiring merge. That was the cause that they now cut us off again from Iyowa again, which we not pay. We that amount again. The Chiri community, which is the Kabetu, Igbo and Igwekimi. After that, they brought a light for a week again. After a week, they cut us off again. They said, Iyowa is owing. We now went to the office again and told them that if Iyowa is owing, does that mean it affects our community? We are blackout. So I told you this. So before we sort all those things, we have already made up our mind. We can do away with our NEPA. When our father was living with a lamp and all these things, we were enjoying it. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. So if they feel they want to cut us off from this NEPA issue, they should cut everybody off totally so that we will know that we are not with NEPA. Not that after 3 weeks, they will not bring a light under 2 hours or 3 hours. They will come and collect their money. It's unfair to the masses.
The electricity issues and challenges that BEDC in the state is devastating, in the sense that as a minister, I suffer a lot in terms of electricity. As an individual, not only me, the entire people of Edo State, and not only in Edo State, Nigeria as a whole, we are really facing electricity challenge in the country, in the sense that we are not getting constant light. Even though the tariff of electricity is high, people don't even get the light. I don't know how the government will enhance constant light for the Nigerian people, especially in Edo State here. We are seeing the government are not taking a proactive step towards this direction. But if the government will be able to ensure that people are paying for electricity and they are not getting electricity, government should take a drastic step in this direction by making sure if people have constant light, people will want to pay for it. But a situation where you don't see light, at the end of the month, you see BEDC personnel coming to people's house to come to cut lights, is really a problem. My major concern is that let them provide us electricity and people will pay for it. But a situation whereby we don't have constant light, out of 24 hours, people cannot boast of 3 hours light in a day. It's a problem that we are really facing. People who are doing business cannot do business effectively. People who are doing business, they want to make sure their food stuff does not get spoiled. Nobody can preserve their food again. Even though they cook, you cannot preserve it. Even though electricity for our artisans to work, they cannot get electricity to empower their equipment in order to boost productivity for the entire society. It is really a problem. The state of electricity in our country, in our state, is very poor. Very, very poor. We don't know how government is creating effectiveness on this aspect. We say Nigeria is generating electricity and the neighborings are getting electricity, and the people that are in this country are not benefiting it. Nigerians, we are crying. As a person, I am crying. We don't say as an individual we don't want to pay for electricity. We are not saying that they should give us light for free, but let them make light available and let people pay for it.
They often tell us the national grid is collapsed. So ultimately it's to develop enough capacity, the whole process of generation, distribution and the rest of it. And then the enabling law, the happy thing recently is that they have said is deregulated. You know, state governments and private investors can now enter the electricity market, generate and sell. So we do hope that will be a great deal of improvement, because without electricity, really, we are going to remain in the Stone Age. You know, we cannot industrialize. Even domestically, we cannot have the comfort we should derive from electricity. You know, we should consider all the options, whether the new sources like wind, solar in our country, so that we're able to generate enough for our consumption. The darkness is a cover for any kind of nefarious activity. Yeah, so if the place is not well lit or substantially lit up, people can ordinarily hide under the cover of darkness to perpetrate just anything, not just robbery, kidnapping and whatever you have. Yeah. Don't also forget that we now have private investors. The government doesn't have so much to do with electricity anymore, apart from regulation. So they also have to maximize their profit. So it may have been a mistake in the first instance, divesting from electricity at the level of government.
Let me talk about the state where I live, where I reside. The total blackout is nothing to write up about. We really suffer when it comes to light. Edo is suffering. I think our governor is trying to, we have to do more. Our Excellency, Senator Monday, our governor of Edo, executive governor, you have to do more when it comes to that light issue. We are suffering. There are some of us who can provide electricity for ourselves, solar and all that. Maybe a generator, this was the case, but not everybody. And so at this junction, I think it is expedient that our governor looks straight into this issue and solve this problem. What would I call it? I don't know the right English to use. The right English right now, we have serious problem when it comes to light. Businesses are going down. Those selling drinks, those who have koro, without generator, you can't do anything. And the J is on the high side. Those small jewelry, those are better passing. Our neighbor used to buy them 30,000, 10,000. Now you can't buy it. Then the other one is the Tiger and the LMX, 1 point something for ordinary generator. So it doesn't make any sense at all. So we're begging on our executive governor, the governor that knows what to do, to please to look into us and save us from darkness. Then when it comes to these funny BDC people, we're raising a child that came from the US and the others. The first thing they learned in Nigeria is NEPA don't bring light. Children brought from abroad. The NEPA don't bring light. Can you imagine such? And so these funny people, 2 days, they'll bring the light, on and off for 2 days. The next thing they'll come with their estimated billing. They start dragging people, wires and all that. It's high time. I think it's high time we stand our ground and let them know that we're not fools. We are Nigerians. We all own this nation. It belongs to nobody. It belongs to nobody and it's for everybody. We should stand our ground and fight for our rights. This BDC, I made a pack, made a go. NEPA still better pass. You can't go out at night when there is no light. The security issue. Is what the government is trying. I cannot chrome them in one day, but we individual too. Like the police used to say, see something, say something. But sometimes when you say something, they use it as a bait, and so we need to. Edo State government need to give us security as well. Nightlife in Benin is almost gone, but I also want to say kudos to our governor. For the first time, it was December free of bloodshed. It was wonderful. December, look, we have most of our people in Nigeria right now, those living in diaspora, those living abroad. Many of them came December and this January. they came and they're enjoying it. So I believe our excellent governor, our excellency, can do more about that to give us more security. Like those travel, if you're traveling from Benin to Akure, Benin to Ifon, those roads are no-go area at night. You can't date. So I believe with all hands on deck and our governor and the police, our CP, let's hope and pray for our action governor to do something about insecurity.
ADDC, since they came in, I don't think they have done well by my own assessment. And darkness is synonymous with demonic things. And they have thrown their city into darkness, Benin City, and Edo State as it were, is in darkness. And I think that the government should step into the matter to do something about the situation. Because the way I look at it is that, for me, I think it is deliberate. Because there are some areas that have light. They call it dedicated light. So why can't everybody have the same light? Because there are areas for 2 weeks no light, for 1 month no light. Some people have 3 hours a day. Some people have 1 hour. And if they bring light in these 20 years, so people shout, hey, they'll be saying up NEPA instead of up BEDC, which is BEDC. So the thing is that government should step in and help us. People are dying, and most people are paying for darkness. They go there, they threaten people, they bring light when it is wanted for 3 days, 2 hours, 3 days, they come and collect money and they shut it down again. So I think the government should step in. If they are going to be thrown out, they should be thrown out and bring people who can give us light, who are ready to pay. To us privatized, that was a good intention by government, but the people that did it, I'm sure they gave it to their cronies who does not know anything about the management of light, and that's why we are where we are. It has really hampered nightlife because you don't work in darkness, and the only thing that is helping us now is this solar that people put everywhere, and some persons that have money to buy diesel and buy fuel. It's not everybody that has that kind of money. So it has really disturbed or hampered nightlife. But government is trying to bring it back by putting street light and everything. So we commend them. We pray that God will give government more power, more strength, more wisdom to do what they have to do. And there's individuals are also trying by helping to lighten up everywhere. So we praise them. But for BEDC, I think they should go. Make better people.
The situation of electricity in Benin here now, I will give them at least 30%. They don't give up to 50% from area. But I wish the government can improve, because if you see what they happen to us now, we all they use our hand to define the electricity. Some of us they go generator for us, some of us they get solar, some of us they go generate big blister. All these people get like hotel. So I wish the government, if they really improve for electricity, all those generators will become condemned for our hand. You understand? So people no go dey go for it. And money now they need to put, because that energy, that light will really need that. If light dey for this, imagine if you come for here for Silok Road now, government already put light, but in the evening everywhere go be dark. So where there is light, everything, even the security aspect of itself, anything concerning light is too plenty. So be one particular thing. So we need light. If I come out for office now, if light no dey, we go buy generator. At least from office I dey buy at least, if I'm not mistaken, 5,000 every day for sure. Imagine at times 1 month, na big money. Until now money. From there I will come see look at it, come here say we come dey go for solar. Make we use solar to stabilize them, because solar dey give us more, make savings from the fuel aspect of it. So if you get light, nothing like light, your light can carry AC, can carry everything for us. And to the noise, no go even give you that noise issue. So we prefer light more than any other thing.
The light is our problem. We are suffering for light. You can see our business without light, we cannot improve. We need light. The show of light is because it's very, very, very low. I don't know if you're getting it, very low. We need light. The show of light in Edo State is very poor. Patronage is very low. You can see we import fuel at least every day 10,000, 15,000 a day. But you can stay 2 days, 3 days, no light. The show of business is very, very, very low. Very low. So we are begging government to improve the light aspect. That light, you cannot sell bulb, you cannot sell fan. You understand? When you have light, you prepare to buy fan. Not everybody can provide solar for his house. Actually, we need light.
Electricity in Benin City or in Edo State has been with mixed feelings, because to some they will give the positive nod that they are faring well with the supply of electricity, but with some become so epileptic of recent. Me personally, I have discovered that we are not paying for what we get, or we don't get what we pay for. The reason being that the regulatory body that's supposed to task the BEDC are not doing enough to satisfy a customer by way of ensuring that you get what you pay for. For those who are using prepaid meter, there are reports that suggest that even the prepaid meter is even overbilling or overcharging consumers, as against what the government is telling us. Only recently we discovered that the BDC keep complaining that the the generation company is not supplying them what they ought to get, which will in turn affect the consumer. And even at a point, they also raise the issue of federal government owing them. But just recently, the federal government has paid a huge sum of money to liquidate what they are owing this distribution company. But looking at the experience of consumer in terms of the electricity supply, it is so appalling. They will either give you excuse of faulty transformer, which they left for the consumer to contribute money to fix, whereas it is supposed to be the onus of BDC to fix the transformer so that they can in turn supply electricity to the consumer who pay for that service. It's like you are buying a recharge card. I am not sure that the recharge card you buy is what they give you. It varies from quarter to quarter. It varies from consumer to consumer. For example, for those who have been using the analog or the estimated billing, you will discover that whatever they bring, which is not subject to negotiation, by the time you now procure your own prepaid meter, they will bring everything inside the bill and begin to roll out deductions arbitrarily without consulting with the consumer. Even the estimated billing they brought was not even discussed by the consumer. So, and there is nobody that is there to advocate for the consumer or to leverage on the complaints. Nobody to complain to. So that makes it very, very heartbreaking. So for me, I believe the federal government and indeed the lawmaker, the National Assembly, should set up a body where consumer can run to and lay their complaints, so that there can be an equilibrium between the consumer and the BDC, for example.
To wrap it up on Viewpoint on ITV, we're going to be highlighting some of the key issues that was actually mentioned by our respondents, which some said it is as a result of poor maintenance, gas supply shortage, and poor metering, just to list but a few. And the government at all levels, they are expected to do the needful and do the right thing to ensure steady power supply for citizens in order to boost means of livelihood, especially for business owners in the country. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
ITV, certainly the best.
Atwage, Abana Pae. Ojode Atwage, Abana Pae. Ayaba Atwage, Abana Pae. Adaye Atwage, Abana Pae. Egwejua.
On the news tonight, Governor Pueblo receives ADC, PDP, Labour leaders defectors to APC. Edo police record success in fight against kidnappers. President Tinubu orders Keyamo Fan to suspend tollgate cashless policy at airports. IGP Tunji Disu promised total reorientation of policemen sworn in as substantive IGP. Good evening and welcome to ITV Main News. I am Nuluwakbo Stevens, right here in our Benin Network studio. And also joining from our Abuja Network studio, we have Godwin Dele. Good evening, Godwin. Good to see you.
A pretty good evening to you, Nuluwakbo Stevens. Good evening to you.
Right. And also, I have my colleague joining in our Lagos Network studio. We have Patricia. Good evening, Patricia. Welcome on board.
Good evening, Anu. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Here in Edo State, the member representing Ovia Federal Constituency at the National Assembly, Right Honorable Barrister Omosade Igbenedion, has congratulated the leadership and members of the All Progressive Congress in Edo State on the successful and orderly conduct of the party's state congress. In a congratulatory message, the federal lawmaker extended warm felicitations to the re-elected Edo State APC chairman, Emperor Jarrett Tenebe, Deputy State Chairman, Honorable Sylvester Ibobo, the State Party Secretary, Engineer Lawrence Oka, and all members of the newly constituted State Executive Committee. Right Honorable Igbenedion described a peaceful atmosphere and transparent process that marks the Congress as a clear demonstration of the maturity, unity, and internal cohesion within the party in Edo State. According to her, the renewed mandate given to key leaders reflects the confidence reposed in them by party faithful across the state. She commended Emperor Jarrett Tenebe for his consistency and dedication to strengthening the party structure and expressed optimism that the new executives will consolidate on existing gains while fostering inclusiveness at all levels. She also acknowledged the guidance and leadership of Senator Mondo Pueblo, Executive Governor of Edo State, noting his role in sustaining stability and growth within the party. Right Honorable Igbenedion encouraged the new leadership to deepen collaboration with stakeholders and continue positioning the APC as a vehicle for sustainable development and effective governance in Edo State. Meanwhile, the Edo State House of Assembly has summoned the Benin Electricity Distribution Company to appear before it on Monday, March 9, 2026, to address the ongoing power supply issues in the state. Assembly correspondent Joy Obarsiabo reports that a decision was reached during plenary session on Wednesday.
Amidst public outcry and protests, including the recent BEDC Must Go demonstration, the Speaker of the Edo State 8th Assembly, Blessing Agbebako, emphasized the need for BEDC to improve electricity supply, citing complaints from constituents about reduced megawatts and frequent outages.
They will still ask you to pay
Recall that the Benin Electricity Distribution Company was previously given a 14-day ultimatum by aggrieved consumers to improve services or face protest with allegations of extortion and other inadequate services. It is the hope of all stakeholders that the planned meeting with lawmakers will address epileptic power supply in the state. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Away from there to now to other stories, where it was a moment of pride at Nigeria's premier private university, Igbinedion University Okada, as the institution held the 8th edition of its White Coat Day ceremony for newly admitted medical students. The colorful event, organized by the College of Health Sciences, formally inducted 156 students of the School of Clinical Medicine into the next phase of their medical training. Patience Usaragiwa report.
The oath-taking ceremonies saw the inductees pledge to uphold ethical standards and dedicate themselves to the service of humanity. Addressing the students, the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Ikechukwu Ezemonyi, urged them to embrace diligence, discipline, and humility as they begin hands-on clinical training. He also urged them to support one another and remain committed to excellence.
To put on this foot, remember that we are walking in the footsteps of giants who have passed through the doors, and you are laying foundation for those who are yet to come.
In their separate remarks, the Dean, School of Basic Clinical Sciences, Professor Taiwo Balogun, and the Provost, College of Health Sciences, Professor Dominic Osagai, harped on the need to maintain high ethical standards, integrity, and professionalism in the medical profession.
As physicians, we must live a life of uprightness, of honor, and humility before our patients. We must have a passion for your calling into our great medical profession.
The students have commenced clinical training and already begun to have contact with patients. They have done the doctor posting. They are now into pathology as well. They have been introduced into the diagnostic process.
Guest speaker Professor Gerard Ikechi Eze, in a lecture titled Doctor in the House, encouraged the students to embrace responsibility, continuous learning, and patient-centered care.
You must be a smart doctor to be a good doctor. And to be smart, you must study, you must read, you must interact, you must ask questions, you must be humble, you must be smarter than your patient. You must be smarter than a layman in healthcare matters, in caring for the patient.
High point of the ceremony was the symbolic robing of the students with white coats marking their official entry into clinical practice.
There were times that we doubted ourselves. There were times that we needed each other. There were times that we had to be resilient because the workload is very, very, very bulky.
I feel very good. I feel really nice. It's more of like, I would say, a compliment to my journey, and it's something I always look back to. And also, you know, just because this white coat basically is just a proof that I passed my first MB. So yeah, so just like an award to myself. So I'm really, really happy about that.
The event concluded with the presentation of a plaque to the guest speaker. White Coat Ceremony. White Coat Day remains a significant milestone in medical education, symbolizing commitment to service and compassionate patient care. From Igbinedion University, Okada, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
The body of a 42-year-old Edafi, Ogene Kome, has been recovered from a forest in Igbo-Bazua, weeks after he was abducted from his home. Operatives of the Edo State Police Command have also dismantled the kidnapping syndicate allegedly responsible and recovered 2 AK-47 rifles. The grim discovery was made in the Igwe-Ladidi forest, where the father of one was allegedly left to decompose after his abductors collected ransom and cut off communication with his family. Crime correspondent Jola Deojo reports.
The deceased, Edafe, and one Favor Igasa were kidnapped on February 4th from their residence in Utese village off Udo community in Ovia Southwest local government area, while Favor regained their freedom 5 days later. Hope gradually dimmed for Edafe as the kidnappers ceased communication. Determined to unravel the case, the command, acting on the directive of the Commissioner of Police, Monday Agbonika, intensified investigations, a move that led to a breakthrough. A 21-year-old suspect, Abdusalam Muhammadu, was first arrested and reportedly provided information that led to the apprehension of other key members of the gang. They include Kende Adetunji, identified as the syndicate's local informant within the community, and Naziru Yao, alleged to have supplied food to the kidnappers at their forest hideout. Police say the suspects have confessed to the kidnapping, ransom collection, and the murder of Edafe. During follow-up operations, officers recovered 2 AK-47 rifles with breech numbers 1686 and 2357, as well as 3 Dane guns, further underscoring the gang's operation. The command says efforts are ongoing to track down fleeing members of the syndicate and has assured residents that all those connected to the crime will be brought to justice. Jola Diojo, ITV News.
You're on to the main news on ITV. We now move over to our Abuja Network studio where Godwin Dele is on for more reports.
Straight to the news from the Federal Capital Territory. President Bola Tinubu has ordered the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria to immediately suspend the controversial cashless policy due to traffic congestion at airports nationwide. Aviation and Aerospace Minister Festus Keyamo announced the presidential order while briefing journalists on the outcome of the Federal Executive Council meeting presided over by Tinubu regarding his ministry.
Our toll gates across the country in order to eliminate corruption and optimize revenue for the federal government. You recall that this practice has gone on for more than 50 years, where we collect cash, where the operators of the toll gates, federal authority collect cash from motorists at the points of collection across the country, mostly the toll gates and other points like the parking lots and all of that. However, with the introduction of the cashless system less than a week ago, it's created a lot of gridlock across the country. Mr. President was very concerned about the wealth of Nigerians and the fact that most Nigerians were missing their flights. And so Mr. President, out of empathy, directed today that we should suspend the present system because it creates a lot of gridlock, and Nigerians are suffering as a result of it. Mr. President therefore directed me that we should go back to the drawing board. We should go back to status quo, suspend the present system whereby people will have to pay through the various means we have introduced at the various gates across the country, and then go and perfect the system properly. In fact, the President directed me that this should not take too long. It should not take too long, and I should get back to him on this issue. We should go back and, if possible, even engage the private sector to ensure that we establish an electronic system by which we can collect these monies at the gates, these revenues for federal government at the gates, to the extent that it will not create the gridlock.
The directive comes barely 4 days after the policy was rolled out, sparkling massive gridlock at major airports nationwide. The policy launched on March 1 mandated digital payments via Go Cashless cards or POS systems for airport access gates, parking, lounges, and other access points. On the first day of implementation, Nigerians reported severe traffic jams at key facilities like the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos and Abuja's Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, resulting in long queues, stranded motorists, and numerous missed flights. And away from that, President Bola Tinubu has officially sworn in Olatunji Disu as the substantive Inspector General of Police. As State House correspondent Karata reports, the swearing-in ceremony took place on Wednesday at the council chambers of the presidential villa in Abuja.
To the best of my ability, we serve, protect, and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that in all circumstances I will do right to all manner of people according to law, that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration.
That is Olatunji Disu taking his oath of office as Substantive Inspector General of Police at the Presidential Villa. After the oath session, he signed the register in front of the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Speaking to State House correspondent, he says his cardinal focus is to change the perception and orientation of policemen across the country.
It's somebody that is well motivated, that will put in their best. Our jobs are very difficult. Some few years ago, when I was the Commissioner of Police, FCT, I was bold enough to announce that we lost 140 policemen just in a year.
The ceremony was witnessed by Vice President Kashim Shettima, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, National Security Advisor Malam Nuhu Ribadu, Chief of Staff to the President Femi Gbajabiamila, amongst others. Immediately after this swearing in, President Bola Tinubu also swore in newly appointed commissioners of the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission and the Federal Civil Service Commission.
The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Tunji Disu, is promising to change the orientation and perception of the average policeman on the street to view Nigerians as their boss. For a police force that was established in 1930 and have existed for almost a century with such perception, the big question is, how far can Mr. Tunji Disu go? Certainly, only time will tell. From the Aso Rock Presidential Villa, Abuja, Ikaro Ata, ITV News.
In another related development, the Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, was vowed zero tolerance to any act of misconduct and indiscipline among force personnel in the discharge of their duties. Security correspondent John Tenna reports that the IGP stated this during a conference with strategic police managers at the force headquarters in Abuja.
Inspector General of Police Conference with Strategic Police Managers is a platform used by the force leadership for periodic review of operational and administrative activities. The police boss, Olatunji Disu, upon arriving the conference venue, was saluted by the senior DIG, Frank Mba, who introduced the number of participants and agenda for the meeting. While addressing the senior officers, the police boss, Disu, vowed zero tolerance for misconduct among personnel.
Let me state, without ambiguity, there will be zero tolerance to partisanship, misconduct, or abuse of authority. Any officer found to have compromised neutrality, violate electoral laws, or act outside approved rules of management will face swift disciplinary action, including prosecution where applicable.
The IGP set the pace for the establishment of state police in Nigeria with the inauguration of State Police Committee. Disu charged the committee to deliver a blueprint with special consideration of the complex nature of Nigeria.
This committee on state police we are inaugurating today has a critical responsibility. Your work will help shape the framework through which state policing may operate in Nigeria in a manner that strengthens rather than fragments our national security system. In carrying out this assignment, your deliberations must be guided by professionalism.
The present administration has in several fora promised to deliver state police to tackle the persistent security challenges threatening the nation's corporate existence. From Abuja, John Tenna, ITV News.
In another development, the All Progressive Congress APC has elected a new state executive to pilot its affair in Kano State. in what party leaders describe as a crucial step towards strengthening its structure at the grassroots. Kano correspondent Abdul Ibrahim reports.
Haruna Doguwa emerged as the new state chairman after resigning from his position as commissioner for water resources to contest for the party top seats. Also elected as Salisu Majagongwazo as deputy chairman, Professor Yusuf Sabobichi the secretary, and Fatima Dala as the state woman. The 28-member executive committee is expected to drive party activities, enhance internal cohesion, and coordinate mobilization efforts across the Kano's 44 local government areas. Stakeholders at the Congress commended the peaceful conduct of the exercise, noting that the unity and transparency remains key to the party's progress in the state.
About 36 ballot boxes, which we have prepared, believing we were going to have elections. But we have been informed that with the intervention of the stakeholders, today's election is going to be by way of consensus. We appreciate deeply the role that the elders have played. I can understand it, even from the expression on the faces of the delegates, that they are very happy with the decision that you have taken.
With the new leadership now in place, attention shifts to how effectively the executive will consolidate party structures and position the APC for future political contests in Kano State. From Kano, Abdul Ibrahim, ITV News.
For more reports, we'll move over to our Lagos studio where Patricia is on. Over to you, Patricia.
Thank you, Anu, and welcome to Lagos Network Studio. The Lagos State Traffic Management Authority last month has confirmed the fatal traffic collision involving a truck laden with yams and a commercial tricycle at Ayetoro Junction along the traffic light corridor in Epe, Lagos. The agency said findings indicate that the fully loaded truck with registration number AGL 764SB was traveling from Ijebu-Ode and attempted a U-turn inward Eleko at the junction where the driver reportedly lost control and rammed into a stationary tricycle marked XMK 127QR. The agency stated that the impact of the crash claimed one life while 3 other occupants sustained severe injuries. Emergency respondents were said to have arrived promptly at the scene to evacuate the injured victims for medical attention, while efforts were made to clear the obstruction and restore normal traffic flow in the area.
Well, back here in Edo State, where the state governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, has promised President Tinubu to relax as the numerous infrastructure projects will campaign for his re-election in 2027. Governor Okpebholo gave the assurance when he joined the leadership of the APC in the state to receive hundreds of former leaders and members of African Democratic Congress, ADC, PDP, and Labour Party, who defected to the APC. Government House correspondent Kinsley Uchebu has more.
It's a historic moment for the APC in Edo State as hundreds of defectors from the PDP, ADC and Labour Party joined their fold to boost the party's chances in the 2027 presidential and future elections. The defectors include 13 former PDP local government party chairmen, members of the Arewa PDP, some prominent leaders of the PDP in Akoko Edo, and former Edo South PDP leaders, Honorable Thomas Aroko and Lady Uwa Osumbo, among other defectors. The new APC members were received by the state party chairman, Jarrett Denebe.
Look at the competent people we are receiving into the party. We have here members of PDP, members of the Labour Party, member of ADC.
A former APC national chairman and senator representing Edo North, Adams Oshomole, and some APC leaders comment on the gains of the defection for the ruling party.
Today doesn't mean you are apprentice in politics. You have decided to leave a leadership position to join us in APC.
Now that the president is doing very well in trying to
reset the economy of the country. I think that we don't have any other choice rather than to support him to succeed.
Every other party are collapsing their instruction to come and join APC.
I'm here today to support the strength of the present government in Edo State and to the country in general.
Me and my entourage, we will join Bello to the last and work with him.
Governor Bolo commended the defectors for identifying with the infrastructure and human capital development of his administration and thanked Edo people for the unity of purpose in identifying with the APC-led government at the state and national levels.
Let me thank Edo people for the unity that is binding us together, that is making us one party.
From Benin, Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
You're still on to the main news on ITV. More report after this break. Please stay with us. Welcome back. As part of effort to give back to the society, the Ehizwa Education Support Foundation on Monday distributed over 6,000 notebooks and 30 solar rechargeable fans to public primary and secondary schools across Esan West and Esan Central local government areas. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omije reports that a distribution carried out by the founder, Honorable Matthias Ehizwa, and his team is expected to extend to 3 local government areas, including Igwebe.
The distribution of notebooks and solar rechargeable fans to public primary and secondary schools in Esan West and Esan Central local government areas was carried out by the foundation's team, led by the founder, Honorable Matthias Osobase Ehizwa. Uyele Grammar School and Udomi Primary School serves as distribution center for the educational materials. The initiative is aimed at encouraging and supporting the younger generation in their academic pursuits.
My foundation came up with the initiative for a school support program. We're going to keep this going over 2 years. We're going to give out 240 solar fans and 240,000 notebooks across the schools in the 3 LGA over 3 years. So it's going to be a timely initiative. Every term we'll come back and make the donation to support the work of the school. And we hope to do more, all because of we having a very good governor who have the heart of the Esan people and also the whole entire people of Edo State. And the children are very dear to him. Education is one of his key areas, and we decide to partner with the governor to do more in education.
Receiving the educational support materials on behalf of Esan West and Esan Central local government areas, Mr. Douglas Olumofo and Mr. Pius Agboanye expressed appreciation to the foundation for the kind gesture. Some of the benefiting students also conveyed their gratitude.
On behalf of the CIA, I thank the CEO of the foundation. We are very grateful for this development.
Thank you to the founder of this Ehizwa Education Foundation. On behalf of the primary school in the Esan Central, we are happy.
I want to especially thank him for taking out time and money to develop us, to create a better future for us.
The distribution exercise is expected to continue in Igwebe local government area, covering Okpebolo Federal Constituency. In Ekpoma, Chris Omije, ITV News.
Moving on. Acting Chairman, Oredo Local Government, Engineer Gabriel Idusei, has presented a 2026 appropriation bill of 14,843 million naira to the Legislative Assembly for consideration and passage. Engineer Idusei said the budget is in line with Governor Kwebolo's Shine agenda. Jonah Omarawa completes the story.
The Oedo 2026 Appropriation Bill, Christian Budget of Consolidation and Sustainable Development, is designed to consolidate on the achievements and accelerate grassroots development across all wards of Oedo local government area. Engineer Idusei emphasized that the capital components of the budget will focus on road rehabilitation, market development, primary health care, environmental sanitation, agriculture support programs, youth empowerment initiative, and security to complement the broader developmental agenda of the state.
And out of this total sum, we have 6,772,250,000
earmarked for capital expenditure, representing our strong commitment to infrastructural development and people-oriented projects. And also 8,071,019,405 naira 77 kobo is projected for recurrent expenditure.
Some APC leaders applauded the appropriation bill and expressed confidence in the ability of Engineer Idusai to deliver on his mandate.
You can, on your own, tell the support we have behind the man popularly known as Dabros. I want to congratulate him and his team and pray that he runs his budget to the end.
The singular word he used by way of consulting the words, the community, before the budget was put together, clearly shows how people-oriented he is.
The leader, Oedo Legislative Council Honorable Reliance Okugbowa, assured speedy consideration of the bill to ensure development and service delivery across the state.
By next week, we assure you that the necessary procedure have been completed.
From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
The Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Wesley Hotel and Suites, Ambassador Wesley Asoro, has congratulated All Progressive Congress Edo State Chairman Emperor Jared Tenabe, Deputy Chairman Honorable Sylvester Aibobo, Secretary Engineer Lawrence Oka, Youth Leader Comrade Tony Adu, popularly known as Tony Kabaka, and all the newly elected state party executives on their re-election in the just concluded peaceful and successful conducted Congress in the state. In a congratulatory message, Ambassador Wesley Asoro described the process as democratic, noting that a smooth exercise and re-election of key leaders reflects the unity, harmony, and shared vision of the party members across the state. He praised Emperor Jared Tenabe for his steady leadership and expressed his belief that the newly inaugurated executives will continue to work diligently for the advancement of the party. The MD and CEO of Wesley Hotel and Suites also appreciated the supportive and fatherly role of the Governor of Edo State, Senator Mondo Pueblo, in guiding the party towards sustained growth. Ambassador Wesley Asoro said Sylvester Aibobo, a.k.a. Party is Supreme, as Edo State Deputy Chairman, is a man loved by the people whose leadership style has brought many to the party. He also congratulated the State Party Secretary, Engineer Lawrence Oka, and all the elected state executives, describing the successful Congress as a testament of the collective commitment of the members of the party. We now go off on a break. Please join us again. Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Still on the news, a prominent indigene of Akoko Edo local government area and House of Representatives aspirant for Akoko Edo Federal Constituency seat under the platform of the All Progressive Congress, Honorable Paul Afagase, has donated 6 new motorcycles, tires, and a patrol vehicle to boost security in the area. Edo North Bureau Chief McDonald Iruka reports that the items were handed over to the security agencies at the Nigeria Police Area Command in Igara.
Addressing the gathering at the Nigeria Police Area Command in Igara, the House of Representatives hopeful under the aegis of APC, Honorable Paul Afagase said the donation is to complement effort of Governor Monday Okwewo to combat insecurity in the state. He appealed to the security agencies to make judicious use of the items in the war against criminality and other vices confronting the people in the locality.
Donate these bikes and refurbish the bus, and also provide these tires for our security agency to help their operations. I'm sure with that, insecurity will become a thing of the past in our local government. The government is responsible to secure the lives and properties of every citizen. And our governor, Senator Monday Okwewo, is doing that very, very well. He has proven that he's interested in the security of our people.
Spokesperson for the security agencies expressed gratitude to Honorable Afagase for the gesture and wish him well in his political ambition.
I want to appreciate you for this kind gesture on behalf of the Commissioner of Police, Edo State. May God continue to bless you and may God grant you your heart desire.
I want to thank Donor for this unusual thing he has done.
High point of the ceremony was the handing over of keys of the motorcycle and other items to the beneficiaries. From Igara, the administrative headquarters of Akoko Edo local government area of Edo North, McDonald Irunokai, ITV News.
The Benin Traditional Council has insisted that Ogbeso is a quarter in Igwo-Shodi Nebudi village in Ovia North-East local government area of Edo State. This is contained in a letter signed by the Secretary of the Benin Traditional Council, Frank Irabo, in response to a request by the legal advisor to Igwo-Shodi Nebudi village, Sir Edward Agbambe of Agbambe Law Firm. Irabo stated that the decision on the status of Ogbeso as a quarter in Igwo-Shodi Nebudi was stated in a letter dated 4th November 2021, where the Ojiaweri of Igwo-Shodi Nebudi was mandated to oversee all the quarters in the village, including Ogbeso. It added that the decision was further reaffirmed by the palace on 4th November 2025. Meanwhile, members of the Grace E. Omoifo Memorial Foundation, including trustees and volunteers, have continued to uphold the legacy of the late Deaconess Grace E. Omoifo with a visit to Amadi Orphanage in Benin City to put smiles on the faces of the children. Ikponwosa Ugiabe reports that the foundation donated food items and toiletries to the home.
It was a joyful atmosphere at Amadi Orphanage in Benin City as the children, management of the home, and members of the Grace E. Omoifo Memorial Foundation sang praises in appreciation. Items donated included bags of rice, gari, cartons of noodles, palm and vegetable oil, toiletries, clothes, shoes, as well as packs of jollof rice served to the children during the visit. Addressing the children, the Chief Executive Officer of the foundation, Pastor Rufina Utabo, said the gesture forms part of the foundation's seasonal impact intervention program in memory of their late matriarch, Deaconess Grace Isegboria Omoifo. She expressed gratitude to members, friends, and partners of the foundation for their continued support.
We had a very, very beautiful time together with the orphans, and this is worth doing. We'll be doing this now for about 4 years, and we want to believe that the next one will also be bigger.
Some trustees also expressed satisfaction that the initiative continues to sustain the legacy of Deaconess Grace E. Omoifo.
The reason why we came here is to celebrate as a foundation the value that has been added to these young children, to give them a hope, to give them an inspiration, to give them a future.
We are still continuing with our mandate to put a smile on the faces of the less privileged.
A staff member of Amadi Orphanage and a representative of the children appreciated the foundation for the generous donation.
We really appreciate Omoifo Memorial Foundation for what they have brought for our children. We pray may the Lord continue to bless them.
I want to say a very big thank you for what you guys have done to him.
Members of the visitation team included the CEO, Pastor Rufina Utabo, Sir Joseph Abu, Pastor Kenneth Utabo, Pastor Edith Momo, and Mrs. Juliana Abu, amongst others. Ikmongosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
We take a breather now. Please join us again. Welcome back. Rice farmers under the aegis of Kukuruku Farmers Association in Edo State have appealed to the state government for urgent intervention over rising farm input costs and low returns from harvest. The farmers who gathered at the government house in Benin City say they are facing serious financial strain ahead of a new farming season. Ofuri Aneta tells us more.
Our
Leader of the group, Omija Roy Ehidiamen, said farmers recorded heavy losses last season due to high cost of fertilizers, herbicides, labor and transportation. He explained that despite investing heavily, the drop in the price of rice during harvest made it difficult to recover expenses or pay workers. The association is therefore calling on the Edo State government to subsidize farm input and provide necessary support to ease the burden on farmers.
We are yet pleading to the capacity governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpewolo, to please assist with farmers. We have been going through a lot in the past seasons, and we are about entering another farming season. We are hoping that the governor helps us, give us fertilizers, herbicides, and if possible, farm equipment.
Responding to the appeal, a government official who spoke anonymously assured the group that their concerns would be relayed to Governor Monday Okpewolo, noting that the administration is making efforts to address agricultural challenges in the state. Other farmers who accompanied the delegation also appealed to the government to urgently come to their aid to prevent further losses in the coming farming season.
Especially the insecurity part of it. So we struggle to make sure we maintain our farming. Just need the government assistance to help us, probably even if it is loan for farming or other grants.
We are all farmers. We are seeking for government help. It's either by granting us a loan or about the herbicide or fertilizer. Any one of those things will help us out for this season.
We buy chemical costly last year. We buy fertilizer. After the whole thing, we no gain anything.
I was just passing it and said, let me also join them in this agitation. We want the governor to call farmers. Farmers are suffering. Farmers need loan and grants in Edo State.
No farmer,
no nation.
From Benin, Ofuri, Annetta, ITV News.
For stories trending in the world of sports, let's now join Osemu Diame Osage of our sports desk.
Trabzonspor head coach Fatih Tekke has heaped plaudits on Nigerian striker Paul Onuachu following the forward's impressive display against Istanbul Basaksehir, describing him as a player with special talents. Onuachu was on target in Trabzonspor 4-2 victory over Istanbul Basaksehir in their Turkish Cup encounter on Tuesday night. It was the forward's second goal in the competition this season. The Nigeria international has now scored 20 goals across all competitions for the Black Sea Storm in the current campaign. Elsewhere, Brazil's Real Madrid forward Rodrigo has called it one of the worst days of his life after he was ruled out for the rest of the season and 2026 World Cup with a serious knee injury. Real Madrid said he had been diagnosed with a rupture of the anterior cruciate ligament and a rupture of the lateral meniscus of his right leg. An ACL injury often leads to footballers missing most and sometimes all of a season, and recovery can sometimes take even longer. Rodrigo appeared as a second-half substitute for Real Madrid in their defeat by Getafe on Monday, completing the game after coming on in the 55th minute. And that's it from Sports Desk. I am Osemu Diame Osage.
And that ends the main news on ITV. On behalf of the team, thank you so much for watching. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens. Good night.
ITV.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sotun rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ipoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Oyisoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Oyisoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, beside Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, south of Nigeria. Today is all about the U.S.-Israel war on Iran and, just trying to find out the real cause of this particular matter, because in every war there's always an end game. And pundits have been asking this question: is this going to be an endless war? Is the war even useless or useful? What impact does it have on global peace? After all, the Middle East, when it starts boiling, definitely it has this effect on other parts of the world, directly or indirectly. 10 days was given for them to consult. 10 days was given to Iran to agree to the said new deal. Right now in court, all of a sudden, bombardment here and there, saying Iran refused to play ball. For that reason, they have to be dealt with. All their military arsenal targeted, the top generals targeted, and of course Ayatollah, talking about the supreme leader of Iran, was taken out of the picture. And there are still news saying that the one that was appointed, the next Ayatollah, also that was given the mantle of leadership for the demise of Ayatollah Khamenei, has been taken out of the picture. What is really going on? Anyway, with me here in the studio to talk about this is a legal practitioner, political affairs commentator, both local and international politics. It's very grounded. Join me to welcome Barrister Abayomi Thomas. It's a pleasure to have you join me this afternoon on International Forum.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, viewers at home.
You're right. So very close to him. Yes, he is a lecturer in UNIBE International Relations, International Studies, and International. Once he starts, it's like going for class. He can give you history, antecedents, what led to this reason, what happened here, giving you years, giving you records, and how we find ourselves where we are. I like interviewing because I get to pick on one or two or three things when he starts teaching. I call him a lecturer. I say, Prof to me. Don't to welcome Professor. Yep, I'm not calling me Prof because to me it's a Prof. Okay, Felix Osaime, thank you so much for joining us in the studio.
Good afternoon. Yes, at home, and welcome to the program.
Okay, 10 days came, 10 days elapsed. I saw the map. You were mobilizing their fleets towards Iran, and boom, that was how it all began. Barrister Abayomi Thomas, did this come as a surprise to you? Let's start off from there.
No. I've always expected that this day will come, because as long as Netanyahu remains the Prime Minister of Israel, and as long as his political ambition for the past 40 years has been to see the end of Ayatollah theological regime in Iran, I expected that he will continue until he sees the end of the theological regime, and it has happened.
It has happened.
It has always been his plan, his ambition, to see theology removed from administration of Iran. He sees them as a threat to Israel. And he said so last year, he said so on Saturday on TV. I'm not surprised, because it's easy for Netanyahu to persuade Trump, whether in his first tenure or now, to do his biddings. So I'm not surprised.
But remember that this was still the same regime that said that Israel will be taken out of the map of the earth. And
there has been other American administrations.
Don't worry, I'll come back to you on that. Well, I'm going to ask you the same question. Were you surprised? Or you saw it coming?
No, I'm not surprised. It was a fallout. You remember June last year, Operation Roaring Lion, when Israel took to the skies at night over Iran, and they had the full support of President Donald Trump. In that particular episode, because it's now in series, the objective was to neutralize Iran's nuclear build-up and in that incident in June last year, remember, the American government accepted and sent state bombers to Iran. And if you can recollect, about 2 weeks before that time when we were on the same program, we mentioned a build-up. And I mentioned there, I explained then that the only type of bomb, the GBU-57, that can penetrate deep into the ground is in the position of the United States. Israel does not have it. No matter what Israel does, they cannot reach deep into the ground, into the bunkers created by Iran for their nuclear enrichment program. And that it's only the US that possesses that weapon, and that the US also has the carrying capacity to deliver it. 2 weeks later in June, they did it. June last year. But remember, in that episode too, Netanyahu pushed for the removal of Ali Khamenei, the Ayatollah. And Trump said that was not the objective then. He did say then, if I take words from Netanyahu, said they were going to defang Iran. And Trump said then that was not the objective. The objective then was to obliterate their nuclear enrichment program. He did not say then that it is not to be conceived at all. He said that was not the objective 6 months ago. Or let's say it's about 8 months now, because we are talking of June 2025. So now we are in March 2026, and Ali Khamenei has been sent to his maker. Because a week ago he was still saying death to America. If America sends aircraft carrier to the Strait of Hormuz, they have the weapon. And you know, Trump as a leader operates differently from those who tend to be more restrained. He considers that threat as an active term, not an intention that may be carried out. As far as it's concerned, if you levy that threat, then he has to respond. So the build-up has been there. What is happening now should not surprise any keen observer of international politics, particularly as it applies to Iran, Israel, and other states in the Middle East.
All right. But say for almost 10 days was given to Iran to strike a deal, for them to come to a kind of a common ground for US not to strike or for Israel not to strike. You have 10 days to say no to uranium enrichment, no to your nuclear program. Do you feel that had it been that Ali, may God rest his soul, choose to play ball right now in court with the US and Israel, do you think all this bombing, all this killing, all this destruction taking place right now in Iran would have taken place?
I'm sorry to look at it from a different perspective. I'm a lawyer.
Yes.
The United States and Israel does not constitute the entire world. The League of Nations failed in 1939 because the League of Nations could not stop the scourge of war all over the world. That led to the formation of United Nations. Trump cannot just come to the world and begin to act as the policeman of the entire world. Otherwise, we will remain in a world that is lawless. It's absolutely lawless. Before Trump, there was Obama. Obama went through the United Nations, went with the Europeans. They had an agreement with Iran. Sanctions were placed on Iran. All the Security Council members of the United Nations followed. They were carried along. Then somebody just come and say, look, I'm the policeman, I'm the cowboy, nobody can do me anything. And you just begin to do anything you like. That is not how a civilized nation should be presented to the whole world. Nigeria cannot say because we are bigger than Ghana, the Republic, and we say we will do anything we like. Let's get to a deal. If you don't get a deal, I will arbitrate you. That is not how nations behave. You can see right now, whether 10 days or not 10 days, no European country has taken part in this illegal action of America and Israel
No.
And none has condemned it either.
They keep quiet because the reason why they are keeping quiet is this. Last month, Trump wanted Greenland by force. A territory that belongs to Denmark by force. The previous month, Trump went, I want America, because Americans are not happy with what Trump is doing. Trump went to Venezuela, captured a sovereign head of state. Whether a dictator or not dictator, it's not Trump's duty to decide what happens to a sovereign head of state. He went there, paid the man. If we begin to say, oh, if Ali Khamenei had agreed to the terms of Donald Trump, which is a 10-day illegal deal, then it means that Trump can also come to Africa and pick any of your head of states or your presidents just because the man refused to go to a deal. We must look at it from the global perspective. Are these things right? Do we now have a policeman of the entire world? If it was those days when Russia was Russia, if it was when China is busy building up their own military, building up their economy. China, in 5 years' time, can go into Taiwan and annex Taiwan. America cannot do anything by that time. But they are busy building up their own. You see, I look at it from the angle that a man just come. If you look at, I saw the rating of Trump in America last week. 68% against him. He campaigned and said, I'm coming into power and there will be no war. The war between Russia and Ukraine, I will finish it, I will settle in 24 hours. But now he has become the greatest warmonger in the history of America. He has not spent more than 2 years in the second term. You have gone into Venezuela, you have gone into Iran, you wanted to take Greenland by force, and he's already planning to take Cuba, and he was asking Canada to become the 51st state of America. Is that how to build deals?
All right. So you say the 10 days window given is like an illegal window?
An illegal window.
Let me come to you, Prof. Remember, Trump gave enough time before the governors took their fleets to the Gulf. They're like, Ayatollah Ali, when they to talk. Stop anything or everything about you enriching uranium because we don't want you to have a nuclear armament that will be a threat to the world. Do you know this would have played differently? Had it been that the man listened?
I will find it difficult to understand why the man should listen anyway. Let's be very frank in our discussion and also put things in proper perspective. Iran still is a sovereign nation. The Islamic Republic of Iran is not just a sovereign state, it's a theocratic state. So you see, the two conditions there make it extremely difficult under any circumstance for them to accept that 10 days window. In fact, the 10 days window, frankly, is not factual because legally, one state cannot give condition to another state when you are in negotiation. If you are giving a condition, then that is no longer negotiation. That is an imposition. We cannot run away from that reality. And again, this is why I'm smiling, because this is the power I talk of in the international political system. Now, what sovereignty makes equal, power makes unequal. This is the game that is playing out. Now, the playbook is this. The Americans, Trump knows his power. Trump is not just telling you that he has the power, he is using that power. And power without being used becomes useless. So he is not going to negotiate with you beyond the time he has told you. Trump also realized something that people are not seeing. Trump knows that China will not act. Trump knows that Russia will not act. Not because they are incapable of acting, but because they are not yet ready to act. In as much as their direct interest is not threatened, they will not budge. Interestingly, Ali Khamenei was banking on the fact that he has gotten surface-to-air missiles, missile defense system, anti-radar missiles from China. He had a lot. So, as far as he's concerned, I have something to share. And in international relations, we talk of tangible and intangible elements of foreign policy. So what are those tangible elements? So the ones you can see, the military, the instructions, the structure, then the air carriers, the fleets, the Republican Guard, those ones are the physical things you can see. And the intangible things are those things that work behind the scene. Your ideology, your philosophy of existence, your network of friends. Now, when you go into tango, you have to draw on both sides. Look at the playbook that they used for Iran. Very easy. As soon as they corralled Iran, one fleet moved into the Mediterranean, another one moved into the Arabian Sea. So from the west, Iran is locked. From the eastern flank,
it's locked.
Iran is locked. That's why you see Iran throwing this barrage of ballistic missiles into.
We are coming to that also. Yes.
That's why I'm telling that it is not just enough to say should Iran have agreed. Whether Iran agreed or not, Trump already set the ball rolling. And Iran, you see, the Islamic Republic of Iran is not really a pushover. I must say that for them. When we are discussing this, we should be looking at the polemics properly. So the Islamic Republic of Iran is not a state that you just give a condition to, they will swallow the condition hook and say, can go and sit down and be sulking in the corner. No, they will tell you to your face too that come across will come towards you. After all, in the long run, death is the end of all men. So no problem. Why don't we die fighting? So they live well, they die well. And that is why even with the onslaughts, Iran is still responding. So the fact that we would expect Ali Khamenei and Ayatollah to accept a condition, that would not be possible. But if, as expected, it came through a multilateral international international governmental organization such as the United Nations or a high-profile group that may have been set up to address the challenge. Because the real truth is, from June last year, this thing has been. That's why I say it was not a surprise. It's been building up. So whether Iran agreed or not, in as much as Iran still continue to argue that they have a nuclear right, and right from the time of Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, they've been arguing that point, that Iran has a nuclear right.
Okay.
That is the bone of contention.
Now, do you feel that Iran having a nuclear right will make the world a safer place? Because that seems to be the core of the issue. Do not stop anything about uranium enrichment. Forget about your nuclear, you having a nuclear met or your dream. Do you feel, Barrister, that if Iran should have it, the world would be a better place?
What made Israel a superior country to Iran? Israel has nuclear weapons. Who stopped them? In 1952, President Eisenhower of America gave King Pahlavi, the Shah, uranium to enrich in Iran. Today you are being told that what President Eisenhower of America did in 1952 was for peaceful purposes. Why don't you allow Iran to have their weapon, their nuclear weapon, and see what it is for destroying the whole world?
After shouting death to America,
good. This is the problem. They are saying death to America, death to Israel. They're not saying death to England. They're not saying death to France. They're not saying death to China. Why can't the Americans, in fact, Barack Obama saw this. Joe Biden saw all this. They sought to look at the source of this problem of death to America, death to Israel. And they decided to go through multilateral agreement through United Nations. Not just force.
Sorry to cut in, Barrister.
Yes.
But in the time of Obama and, of course, Joe Biden, Israel gave the internet
Iran, they are building their nuclear weapons.
Nobody
they are enriching. Because Iran denied it.
No, look, excuse me.
They said they are building, but not to the extent of having a nuclear weapon.
Let them deny it. But I have just told you that Israel has nuclear weapon. Pakistan has nuclear weapon. India has nuclear weapon. Upon all the noise that Trump did in his first term, visiting North Korea, today what has happened? North Korea has nuclear weapon. But North Korea does not have oil. North Korea does not have oil. Israel has no oil. But Israel keep on insisting that the nuclear enrichment in Tehran, in Iran, is meant to destroy Israel. Israel wants to be the only country in the Middle East that is powerful. Right now, they are thinking of even going back into southern Lebanon again. They've killed, as at this afternoon, killed 52 southern Lebanese. They want to be the only power in the Middle East. So, if you even look at this crisis, that my friend has just said, the 10 days or not, Trump would have done what he wanted to do. But if you look at it, the Americans are even getting to agree that this killing of Ayatollah was not their own plan. The Israelis were the first to announce that Ayatollah has been killed. So they have their own different agenda. So the issue is, do not tell me Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, or they cannot enrich nuclear weapon because they are dangerous to Israel. Look at the distance between Iran and America. The point is, as long as the Jews, who are the policy makers, who influence policy in America, remain the power bloc, the billionaire Jews remain the power bloc in America, who influence the decisions of the Republicans. As long as they continue to play that role, they continue to influence the foreign relations of America with Israel. And as long as that continues, Israel will continue to push to be the only power in the whole Middle East. And if that becomes so, that Israel becomes the only power in the Middle East, and America becomes the only power in the whole world, does that make the whole world safer? It doesn't.
I'll come back.
It doesn't.
I'll come back to you, Barrister. Well, now let's take a look at terrorism. Some are saying that with this onslaught against Iran, that might just reduce terrorist activities globally. After all, Iran have been fingered for sponsoring so many terrorist cells globally. Prof, what do you feel about it?
It's not going to be so easy to cut back on acts of terror in different parts of the world. Now, the reason is this. Terrorism is hydra-headed. It may have a source that initiates its interest, but when it begins to move, it's like a stone that rolls down the hill, and it will create what we call the snowball effect. As snow is rolling down the hill, it begins to increase in size. It will even displace things that ordinarily would not have been a threat to it. So, terrorism, when they have what we call sleeper cells, if you have studied insurgency and terrorism, they create sleeper cells. Those cells will be in deep freeze for a long time. They can be activated at any time. And you cannot easily nip it in the bud. You keep going after them because they are ideas, and the ideological wars are the most difficult wars to end. That's why they are called non-conventional wars. You are talking of non-combatants who do not wear uniforms, who are driven by desire and purpose to achieve something. And many of them, in most instances, are willing to die for that cause that they believe in. So even if you remove Ali Khamenei today, it may be inspiring them, may be funding them. But if they reach the takeoff stage, they can continue on their own. And that is why whenever governments are facing insurgencies, governments do not use only the military approach, they use the political approach. In fact, they synergize. They take the best options from all angles, use economy, use information, use propaganda, sometimes even use blackmail, use threats. They have to go for an all-inclusive solution. So the removal of Ali Khamenei, yes, could dampen their enthusiasm, it is not a conclusive solution. But it can be a major setback. If, I use the word it and if, because these are conditional terms. Yes. Of course, we have not been able to fully establish, even though by their rhetoric, Iran always encourage such things. And this is the problem. You see, we should be careful what we advertise. We should also be mindful of what we encourage. And that is the problem between Iran and America. I understand this power politics differently. Now, this is the danger. When a particular regime has been pushing for a particular narrative, it becomes a standard of evaluation and a definitive capacity. The Iranian regime is described in Western media in particular as the state sponsor of terror. Actions carried out by governments can be interpreted, and I've said it here in our discussions, that one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. So the way, for example, the Houthis of Yemen look up to Iran. And now the Houthis of Yemen are saying that they will go all out against Israel and America over this present onslaught that is being unleashed on Iran. So that's a
terrorist group.
That's what they have been classified. That's what they have been classified to be.
Yeah.
But if they go out to carry out, because acts of terror are described in clear terms. That's why we should always be very explicit. Now, acts of terror are not necessarily directed at military institutions or installations. Acts of terror are usually carried out against civilian or what we call soft targets. And the objective is to strike fear into the hearts of the populace and make the government of that particular state or society or community look incapable of protecting the citizens. And once that is achieved, then the government loses credibility. And when the government loses credibility, the government is now incapable of securing the patriotism of its own citizens. Then those same people that would have been protected by the government, who are now victims of acts of terror, even begin to accept the terrorists. So Stockholm syndrome will now come in. And this is why terrorists are extremely dangerous.
All right. We want to go for a break. When we return, I'm going to be asking Barrister A.B. Thomas this question. He said nobody made U.S. the police of the world. And I said it's Trump, not even the U.S. According to history, Biden gave some amount of money to Iran. Obama also did the same in billions of dollars. For what purpose? But Donald Trump came, changed the narrative, so they're throwing bombs. We'll be right back after this break. Don't go away. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. We're taking a look at the U.S.-Israel war on Iran, unearthing the issues, taking a look at the issues at stake. Now, Barrister A.B. Thomas, you said nobody made you as a police of the world. If U.S. can have nuclear armaments, Russia, they have theirs, China, North Korea, they have that. What prevents Iran from having theirs? Now, the question now is, in the world today, whether I want to believe it or not, some countries must lead. Are you not saying that the leadership of America is dangerous to the world because it's dangerous to Iran?
The leadership of America is dangerous to the world, particularly when you look at who is wielding that power. When Barack Obama was there, it wasn't dangerous to the world. When Biden was there, it wasn't dangerous to the world. We had other leaders before. You see, before that you bring somebody, I don't want to use some words because if I have a madman close to my street, I have to be very careful because it can throw stones.
Barrister, what's your emotions right now?
No, I'm not talking emotionally. I'm just saying, assuming I have somebody like that near my house, I have to be very careful. They may throw stones into my house. I have to be very careful. Now, what we are saying is this. Right now, the United Nations is dead. It's as dead as fried dodo. It is because of this experience that some countries were becoming dangerously powerful, that the League of Nations failed and the United Nations was created. And in creating the Nations, they created a body called the Security Council, made up of 5 permanent members. And these permanent members all have nuclear weapons. And the idea was that each one should act as a check and a balance on the powers of one another. But since Trump came, he has disobeyed every resolution of the Security Council. Let's forget that the United Nations is in New York. It doesn't matter. If it were to be even in Geneva or any other place, the same way Trump is behaving now, he would have behaved the same way. He has withdrawn America unilaterally without going to the Congress from so many agencies of the United Nations, including this climatic agency.
Because they said they are ripping America off. That's what he said.
Another person will come there tomorrow. You will see they will go back and join. What I'm saying is that it depends on the person who is leading America. America used to be the beacon of democracy. But now you now have American dictatorship right now. And he dictates where to go to. I won't be surprised if without your invitation, he may go to the African country and do a similar thing. So we should be careful that nobody appointed America as the policeman of the world. No, let me not use America. Donald Trump as the policeman of the world. But he is doing this because the Security Council is no longer in existence. When America went into Afghanistan, the Security Council was involved. When America went into Nicaragua, Security Council voted. But in the case of Venezuela, there was no Security Council vote. They took it upon themselves. After killing so many people on this ISIS and say they were drug peddlers. They went on now to Iran. In fact, I can tell you, the person who is in power, who has the power in America, is very important as for the policing of the world. If any other American were to be the president of America today, I do not think they would have danced to the music of Israel to launch this attack. This attack is not the attack of America per se. It is the attack of 2 persons who have serious personal affinity. They have closeness. And Netanyahu and Trump have the same character in politics. They believe in the same philosophy. Right now, the philosophy that you are seeing playing out in Iran is not that of America thinking of a regime change in Iran. But that has been the philosophy of one person, Netanyahu, in the past 40 years of his political career. And now you have killed about 40 leaders in Iran. What is left? Oh, America is saying, look, this is not our agenda. It's not our strategy. But we just want the Iranians to take over their government. How are you going to take over a government like that? Okay. Of 90 million people in a very large country. America is still saying, as at yesterday, we are not going to put boots on the ground. Iranians are saying, look, this is not Iraq. But at the same time, the way they are going now without an exit plan, without an exit plan, when I say exit plan, without a United Nations support. So the United Nations would have been the diplomatic channel through which they were able to withdraw the destruction of Iran. Without that, they will end up sending troops into Iran. And that will be only America, because Israel will not have the ability to send weapons, to send troops into Iran.
All right, I'll come back to you, but thank you for that. Well, you heard what he said, and nobody gave Trump, especially according to him, the right to do what he is doing right now. But some of the opinion that President Donald Trump is the only man that has the guts to do what previous American president couldn't do. And with this action, there'll be peace in the Middle East. What's your take on that?
If you write on top of sand, if you write on sand, you write 6 and you write 9. Depending on which side you stand, they are the same. So American presidents are American presidents. The fact that Obama may have been more genial in his expression, more convincing, did not mean that he was less dangerous than Trump. This of power. Obama ordered the elimination of Osama bin Laden inside Pakistan, an ally of the United States of America, without even notifying Pakistan. They went in, extracted him, eliminated him, dumped him into the sea, and they now announced to the world, oh, we have just done this. Everybody was saying, oh, Obama, you don't look like that. Now, in the same way, the American system is a system. It can try to run very fast, or it can try to move at a steady pace. But what is important is that the objectives are clear. They don't negotiate with terrorists. They don't do that. They don't accept regimes that can threaten their position. And let me expand this discussion a bit. If we go back to the history of collective security, which is what Barrister A.B. Thomas is mentioning here, talking of League of Nations to United Nations. The reason why the League of Nations failed is the reason why America is doing what it is today. And why the League of Nations failed? League of Nations failed because there was no powerful state, or the very powerful states did not even recognize the League. For example, Japan entered the League and left because she felt the League could not do anything. Germany was admitted in 1933. Germany left almost immediately under Hitler. Okay, Germany came in before 1933 and left in Hitler's time. So Russia joined, and later was not the only power.
So you're saying they lacked leadership?
The only power that stayed from the beginning in 2021, when it was formally pronounced.
1921?
Yeah, 1920, 1921, because First World War ended in 1918. They then started developing the Treaty of Versailles was in 1919, June 1919. That was signed in the Hall of Mirrors. That was the treaty that gave birth to the League of Nations. So by the time it was structured, that time Russia just finished its revolution in 1917. It was now being created to USSR that took off in 1921. All right, so what happened was that only Britain and France were in League of Nations from the beginning to the time it was eclipsed by the United Nations in 1939, and finally was absorbed into what became the United Nations in 1945 at the end of the Second World War. So only 2 of them, and these 2 of them were spent powers. Spent because in 1871 and in 1914, Germany dealt with France twice. In fact, each time the war started, it was always France that Germany will remove from the picture first. Even in 1939, Germany still removed France. So 1871, 1914, 1939, Germany always removed France from the picture. That is settled. So the only power that could actually stand on its own was Britain. That's why Winston Churchill, as the Prime Minister of Britain, kept saying, we will fight and fight and fight on the shores of England, because they knew that one thing that they had that was their power then was that Britain was an island state. So to come down from continental Europe to come and take over Britain, that was why Napoleon could not conquer England. That was why Germany could not defeat England. Even when Hitler tried it in 1940, the bombing of London with the Luftwaffe sent thousands of planes. Britain simply painted all their windows black, so there was no radar then. You couldn't just pinpoint. But they tried and bombed London. Then they sent their RAF to Berlin. Now, what is the situation here? America came out from the crumbs of Second World War. In fact, when America entered First World War in 1917, they turned the tide of the war. In 1939, when Second World War started, America did not join. America entered the war in 1941 when they bombed Pearl Harbor, when Japan did that. So Japan welcomed them into the war. Okay, each time they entered the war, they changed narrative. So by 1945, it was clear that America was a dominant power. Now this is where it becomes interesting. The hegemonic power of the US was fully expressed for the first time in the history of the world in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. America is the only power that has used the atomic bomb. in war. Now, this is getting very interesting. The greatest human inventions are always carried out during war. Let us not run away. In fact, the 80% of medical research that was carried out that has changed the tide of human development in medicine was carried out by Germany. During Second World War. You know why? They were using human beings for life experimentation.
Yeah. All right.
Bombs that are used in war are only effective when they have been tested in the field of play.
So you say they're testing bombs right now?
They're even testing weapons already.
Okay,
I'm coming back to the issue of America being the policeman.
Okay.
I'm building up the argument. Please, just give me a few minutes to explain this.
Right.
So, the American position, therefore, it's not going to be something that will not happen. That's why when my co-discussor started it, I understand the point he's making, but he's taking it more from the moral side. I'm looking at it from the side of power as an institutional mechanism in the international political system.
Okay.
Every time there must be a hegemon. We are judging America today. By 2035, we'll be judging China. China that is not talking, they are not better than America. They are waiting for their turn. And when they get to their turn, they will do these same things.
All right.
This is why power itself is the issue. And each state will use it differently. The Americans are just using it the way Trump is just using his own.
Thank you.
Much acclaim.
Thank you. Now, hold on. I know you have a lot to say, but just add it to this question. Iran are attacking its neighbors. Doesn't make sense. It's sort of like we never allowed US to use our airspace to attack Iran, and now you're throwing bomb at us, and they vow to retaliate. Now, what sense can you make out of this?
I start with the issue of Osama bin Laden and Barack Obama.
Yes.
Osama bin Laden was never a sovereign president. He wasn't. We must be able to distinguish little things. Osama bin Laden was a person
that struck the heart of US.
That's what they said. But he was never the president of a country. Noriega was the president of Nicaragua. Maduro was the president of Venezuela. Ayatollah Khomeini was the supreme leader of Iran. So distinguish these things with a fine comb. So when you are talking of policeman of the world, we're not talking of just morality alone. We look at the legality of your actions. Not just the morality. If every country or every person who is in power cannot begin to do what you are doing as a policeman of the world, it will get to your turn. And when you begin to cry, nobody will listen to you. This is the time to say what you are doing is wrong. Nobody appointed you to be doing what you are doing. The British Prime Minister, who is a seasoned lawyer, who said you can't use our territory, is not a fool. Though one of the drones from Iran hit their base in Cyprus, that has not made him to say, America, come and use your bases in the UK. We are talking of legality, not just the morality. So if Osama bin Laden was picked up without going to Security Council, Osama bin Laden was an individual person, not a president of a country. That is what I'm trying to say. And if I get your question,
Iran throwing bombs to Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, you just named it. Despite the fact that they said US cannot use their airspace, and US obeyed.
Iran has said all along, we don't have weapons that will go from Iran to America. Called the distance. Unlike North Korea, that has the weapon now that can travel from North Korea to America. Iran doesn't possess that kind of weapon. So, American embassy in the Gulf states is American territory. Where you like to not go and read your international law.
Extraterritoriality.
True. You are right about
so,
that. Into the country.
Excuse me. Even the owners of the countries can't just get into the American embassy anyhow. Nigeria cannot enter American embassy anyhow. Nigeria cannot enter Togo embassy in Lagos or in Abuja anyhow. We cannot. That is international law. So they have said, if you attack us, we will attack your nearest territory to us, where we can reach you. That is why they have attacked the American base in Kuwait. That is one of the reasons why you find Nigeria is afraid to accept any country having a base in Nigeria. You are indirectly calling for trouble. You may have a territory, Burkina Faso had base, Niger Republic had base, but it didn't stop the government from being changed. Because those bases will not interfere in your internal affairs. They are sovereign territory within your own country.
Now, what if Saudi choose to fight back? What then happens to Iran?
If
Saudi choose to make up their threat by striking back at the heart of Iran.
Very good. That will be, you see, that is exactly what Iran is looking for. It will be falling into their own game plan. Their game plan is, let's just destroy all the oil facilities in the Gulf. And if
you say such to possess nuclear weapon?
No. You don't understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying is this. So Iran is saying, we don't possess weapons that will reach America. We have weapons that will reach Israel. And they are firing to Israel. All right? But they can't get to America. They are saying, America, your bases near us, which are your own territory in international law. They even informed the United Nations that American bases within our area of reach will become legitimate targets in law, which they are in law. And they are attacking those territories, like those bases. So if they do that, the owners of the territory, if they now, see, we have what's called collateral damage in law.
Yes.
And when Israel attacked Qatar during Hamas meeting,
yes.
And some Qataris were also killed, Qatar complained. So if the Kuwaitis or the Qataris or the Saudis or any of those countries, Bahrain, people who are not part of the American bases are affected, those Gulf states have a right in law to complain.
And they have a right
to also attack. They also have a right. But what I'm trying to say is that when that happens, the Strait of Hormuz, which is about 3 kilometers in length, where most of the oil shipping passes, will become a problematic place. And it will not involve most of the countries in Asia and Europe. And if that happens, these countries coming with will be created. The power and that is when the whole world will cry and say, America stops that. It's not because it defeats America in America. No. It's not because they can defeat Israel in Israel. No. They are trying to call world attention. Since there's no more United Nations Security Council, they are trying to call world attention to say, look, stop this attack.
All right.
So nobody made anybody a policeman. I still repeat on that point.
Okay. Now, Russia didn't say anything because pressed for time right now. China isn't saying anything. Does that not tell the world that
say something?
No. You're just saying restraint. Don't they are in support of what U.S. and Israel is doing to Iran?
No. They're not. Why I say they're not is this.
There are losses right now. Whether Trump is approved as policeman of the world or not. Now, in hegemonism, there is always a state that will show that power. You don't need to tell them to do it. They will do it because they have the ability to do it.
All right. That is the pain. Brazil gave us football. Brazil power the football.
That is
our time is up. But as it stands, is this the end of the Ayatollahs in Iran?
No. The Ayatollahs are not going to be removed altogether. They will still remain. The only thing is that they are going to undergo modification.
Thank you. Well, you heard them say information, of course, Professor Felix spoke on the mic on this. Just
Omonyoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, a priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the Side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say niwa. Na ya fere bahabe uza no gbera. Magwa kan ehun. Mana terun wa dole bo na yi. Sorobo no gla owo. Ma ya fere na nirun. Na ma la o da o. Owo wa ri ma. Owe ewo idun ni ma ye. Ewo ni ma na nirun. Eni ma nirun ge no sorobo la no ge ase ni ma ya fere. Oba to pe se anyway then na mala ma agwa kan ihe wo ihe bi ha kinewo wo kine owa ni maye ihe so ba na gihe mu maria iru ni manano ya na ogwo egwa ye be na denela ore wa go teme Victor Bizugbe
the never wa the never them ya bi total
Africa pati wa gbe okoto wa dan he emi na kan gbo ahun da na tere ma ahun ne ri re were àwọn ero we ya awe mi we ya lode oba atope
ise ore ma tan pastor Hunamure
ibi edunogu me wa bi ne kai ofun igbo so aba go yaro wa bi dan ho o sa obo agi ma mi okun yen be gbe o ise oba atope
ise ihe me o sa obo se je no ye o no ri edo ba yo ka o do ya fe na be o ka gbo ri o ya fe me le jo tu wa ya o sa ba no la no mo kun yen ri ne edo ya fe oba atope ise etan ni ga ihe ebi no ki imae oni ebote course ema na tie no bi o na tie na wo na guven o na tamo ya tie yo benuwe na wo we ni wo na ya tie yo ihe ni oria ni ihe dole mi yi so pa we ke ni na dole mi yi muda wo emu he yi ni no ma ye yo bo kan ohajo ma ri rai ohajo ma mu odo le yi won ere
akabo
kini na dole mi yi ni we ya ri e ni no nya mo na ri won ihe ni ogbo wa ni ni wa atewe Victor Bizugbe ihe oye no manora na tie ye wo no
ihe na tie ye wo ugbe won ne ban na wi ihe agbada no mo neva no o ga gbe wo na o gbe wo no pa so pa ihe no mo ye gbe vio ihe keke be bo o pa yan tin aju fi kian ebi ga sono ma uti hen yo waru da gu ti hen ye mi no ya pris no me ya ye me we emi ni o bo mo abe he ero emi no ogwe ukaka boy bodai ihe o wa nwe na no bun ma me we ewo no ma he emi na ye no de omo na dagme do won no roto temi na ati hen yo o gwa ma na he ona ye no uligi aro to tonu na ati hen yo ewo na ayeke ihe awe muladian we e won na we na wo na ga hie na ga hiusi na ga temu ni giro to ason ya ro avan ya ro do wo bi ama se ti awe amu yo ma we obo ati hen yo e ba ni hen na so agbo ma dole mi iyi so kwa ọ̀wọ́n náà wẹ́ náà gíyẹn àrívíọ́ èmi ni wẹ́rù ní àbẹ́bí ìkùnúrú wẹ̀rẹ̀ owó rẹ̀ náà òsì ẹgbúrú wa àyàmú ihe rẹ̀ òkè kí òkọ́ ẹ̀ ma ihe ni ràrí ọlọ́gọ́ ọwọ́ àárọ̀ mi ò yí ní ayé tẹ̀mtẹ̀m ní àwúlò pọ̀pọ̀ hú ní ihe náà tiẹ̀ ní ehin àwẹ̀rọ̀ lọ́nà yàrá náà kò kíyàn ní ọ̀gbìn yàn ní. Oba atokpe
ise ma yibu wedi otewe pastor ihe mewe zebe omusa loboa evinu mu men we ya gwani ihe no na te Bible ihe no so ero gbesonia a record I view gunda dia be we e Bible wa ohun ye be ba pe ya gi ogbeso muda edigun ọpa wuwe e Bible ihe no e Bible no ote
domono wa talk edono pe wo won tare magwa kana no da e ma no ihe ke we oriaki na mie iriaki na mie bi ihe ke oho na tie repercussion no ye ologoma no le lo koria no da wa nyise afia gbele leria wa wo iyen le leria e ba no salo bana ka bu we bi no wa we iyen ye yoto aro ke bu we zokpa eri afia gbe we roto afia gbe ke bi yen we zokpa wa we mi yen umiye wa we mi erun ebi afia gbe o be mi afia gbe vere ri mata ba be bi no wan o salo bo ayagbona je onwe iye ilele ya fe no na te 10 commandment no ile ori gbeni no ro iye ora okike thou shalt not kill uragi kill ne oni uriye abiye okike ema we no ti meka eba no highway emi na ko aro ayiso emi wa akoro ema yo bo ma ko aro wa kini ete egbo ma odeno do zori egbo ma wa lelu obo ni oyiwe na ge benu ta eba ge no tolo ma gbe
not
irepe wa fi egbo una finri eso o mana kan ya tun mu won irepe oreba o be bon me nyawe obo na ebe tolo we be bo yen mi sunu da we o sika muene eriye mi iyeki o eze po ye ni gbe fi we ken we we tolo ano we ya tolo nu ya ewu egbe ya ne inwina rene egbe ya tolo wa ne o wa ni ye ma eveil e ameveil la ko wa ye ga so agripa so be na irepe ya ba e ya gon saman ya egbe ne eriye mi iyeki wega wenemi ozetigari eniyan emo okeke ema nunda iye tosio makoto iye oyoma mita iye ogboma dine yimi iye osiologo mayoma egbe dopa emi opa no gire egbe yen e mani bunro emi we lagbera ni o ma ege mi yen no nunda osapo aje mi fe newe ewe ugawe urai uriene ewona ugawe uriene be no be aye we be no wa egene ke na gbotion ebe ye na bom egboa ona wo mo pa ma derin unda era ro wa yero wa ye gi kia osalowo duwa no dere ni bro pa mari egbe la na ona tie ege eke ori gba odu wona we ha ona wo ye no sa oba tie we ona we bo ni akinu wo we mi ya ona wo tun wo no pe na tie ebe owo yo maka gba o ebe yo maka be ri e oboje o e dado okin oge iyen ne ogbugbo yin ebe iyen no ge oso won na we ya boy ka be lodo pa ona we wa we we ma me ni we ona wo ma iye we ni ka ma na we iye enu baba iye de nu aduza ona we esagion tun enu to mi ovie buye ga de ne ona we gin ta ma wona we ebe bo akinya ona we nda ebe akporu edi lo wa ona we iye ro we dagbon ne no ri mi o kan afiru gbegbo ekan awa uwe la ma wa ma be la wo wa u sa me no ma won ma be nwa me no ko bo were ona ti ran de ne aba we gbe mi ade ke to afie de ne na unda ori yen ne o sa no go do ati ne wa gbo ma u ya ri azigo u gbe emu fua u gbe emu fi eze o we ga o ga ma mi no dere we iye ni de o ga logo ma ni emi ese ezo oba atope
ise anyway wa da matana wa ni gbama wa da matana wano gbera gbiye wadana matana u vara ko o yue akara ni yue abio u gbawani awe no gbawa we wa u ya ari azen igo u meke na fe u meke na bowa u meke na hin moto ihe ni o wa no nyami nu we ya ri o be tin we ihe ma won ebedo awe bo yaro awe body na ya meti abege no yo amu wa we aya tie bo na yo we no fiaye okwa he isago eya boya fe ni redo ima awe body no make na no yo amu wa no so kwa no wo ko we ru mana ze da ya we bo una tie keka tie ni oso wa ni gbe iye ni oso wa ni oso iye ọmọ ìrírí ìyẹn ọmọ ẹgẹnẹ dẹ ẹnumàwẹ ńlágbóhùn ọgẹdẹ mú yóò tọ ó zẹ ká yẹ bẹ ọmọnyà èké nínú wẹzẹ yọ ní ìyẹn nọ ọmọ rẹ náà sẹ wọn àmọ ọgẹdẹ ní ìyẹn ní gbẹ ọkì kẹ ẹ pẹ ọkẹ wú sọpọ náà yẹ náà ìyẹn ń lè lọwọ èké ọwọ èké àrùn yẹn ìyẹn nọ ọ ẹnìwẹ tá náà tìyẹn nọ wá ọmọ náà wò ó kọ dà wẹ ihe ni o lele se kinori ase ihe ni wa ima ona mi ugbeso we e ma ni gba ori ma ni age tiye ni ma wa mi na ye na ni ya zere we when oba ma ye ni awe ejo we awe awo kagele ta yin afi he so pa kagele so yin ti e kwaro awo wori eni efe yo eni efe wo vene enu aru odo fie wori e ye la to ma gwebo tele yi awe no jon we wo pa ihin to ori ye fi epo ben we be hin ma se we no ma ko se de ye gwa o ma da ro ba o ma da ro wo we o la to ma be wa vi osisi ai agun akon ai mi ai ko kuli akwa webo so po we wo ni o we bo he aye ekere ni ga vi ese ebo bo we ebo de na adowa edolo pe o mo da we emi ni he ki oyin mata na we ma no ma ri he o te me bisugbe ihe
mami na wa gwa na ihe na wa ha na asubo ye gbe ihe oyere no ha mo ma gbe ye fi igbera wu nebute SSS o da we yi nu we hu da e ma so wa re wo e owi atuba gbebo mu eyeli we ni ra ri to yan atubero wa mu ogbe ori awa o ga kian so pon be ni amana ra we yan amana du o yi hu da we etigu we ara mewe yan ma we ropo na gbin aberi o we na ba ya ogi asin de mi he ya sin ka ni gbin yan ya ti hen mara gele we na ni mari o ya yi na o ya ti hen yo mami ihe ona be mu eyo we negi o ma iwe eri gbera ekenu pe ise o to na we 50 by 100 we wo pa wa o ma be ro wa u ya mu 100 by 100 or 150 u ya mu no nya nu we fi obo yi ni e se ti go esin yen di go ego e ebi no kan ya ki eke ori he oti he no ori oni no hin abe ho no gwa lo ma no wa be mi ku ni e hin si eyo wa we ga ti e ogwa le mi ami e wo won no gbege awe no de o e po yo kokko yin kuluku gbodo akun egbemu okun egbemu nu we ihe ni oroyo egbene o ga fe pe yen do kin o kin adu adowe ya eri o ma na te o de pe awe ye ti ladan wo wa hu da be mi ku no ru ihe oyo egbene o ma ko ma no we mi no ma ai be okeka we be no aye awe me ne ga ya bo won adowe na yimia ara yimia abe se ti be ki he gbori egbe ba edo yimia yo ne bowe no le be no wa we u ya confess we make a confessional statement ya mi eko masalobua osalobua yabo we eri o be ye o ma no we ni ihe na oyo wa ni la egbe ni ona do mi eko ona ki egwuri egbe bo awe se o we fo egbe ni hu do ni o ke ni ma yo bo wo we ya le ni he ma ke ni ma de ye gbegbe hu da e na ye gbevio igbano e le gbe wi o ma ko ma no ga we sarieti ni o ma wu ya ri awo o wu ya dolewo yi etinari enu we ni we na ya dolewo yi ihe wa esike edugboru we ye ara owo mo na wa be mi ku una fi aito una ya ri ya webo e we ri ropa so pan o ma ni na fi gbogbo yi do ne ra o na samo go ba meze awe ho keke we ri on gbe iguma gbe keke ihe kan na we gbe oba atokpe
ihe magwaka ni wa we no da hi mana we fi oboyo gbido uri ni eso na owu e uri ge owu we mu la wa uduro mu ya no wa no nya na asora o ya ri amani wa we ebode uda ihe ofian utome ona te so mi pi ya gbo so won wo owo ekigbesi ya Boso no imanibu yan wa pa ma ka we yan gbele yan o. But ni bu wo yan fi obo yido. O yan we no ma keke. Eduna iye ewino ewi he. E na mi we ni wa egenede ka sunu yo via, sunu yo kwa eba, sunu ye bonibu. Ti ya mu e na mi we o ma ro ho. Wa gele ya ti ani yemi ọmọ náà wé mi ni iye náà fẹ́ wọ́n wárọ̀ wọ́n ìmọ̀ náà dò máa rí okò ayàbí yẹn wọ́n ní ìmọ̀nìyàn mẹ́ àwòrán mẹ́yà wọ́n fi yẹn gbèsò ọwọ́ kò náà ọwọ́ ẹ̀ ọ̀fíwọ́ yọ̀ ha ọwọ́ yẹn má fi wọ̀ yọ̀ ha ẹ̀wọ̀ ẹ̀dọ̀ fi yẹn ẹ̀sọ̀ wọ̀ yẹn yẹn gẹ́lẹ́ fi wọ̀ yọ̀ ha àwẹ̀dọ̀ wẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ rà mí wẹ̀ èmi ni má ọmọ àrùn wa funda ọmọ ìmọ̀bí kí ládíá ilé náà yá wà àánú yànkò wẹ ọ̀rí àwà àhó ni ọ̀rọ̀ àwà ìyẹn náà ni wọ́n ẹ̀mí ọ̀rẹ́ ọ̀sẹ̀ ẹ̀ wẹ́ tó bú ọ̀nà rò kọ́ àfihàn ọ̀nà fíwẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀nà fíhàn ọ̀tọ̀ mẹ́ lẹ́yìn àbá rẹ̀ dàgbé ya ìyẹn ẹ̀ máa ẹ̀rìnà síkẹ̀gbé sọpá òbọ̀ rẹ̀ rí káàtà sí ìyẹn ọ̀dọ̀ lè ní yí ẹjẹ mi rí à ẹjẹ mo rí à wẹ ẹwẹ ọmọ náà wẹ nana gbèmí náà wà dùn ẹ wẹsọ wẹgẹ náà dẹ ẹ dẹ kókò wọwọ wa wà lọ ẹ èmi náà rí à ọkẹ pọlọ òtẹ ẹka ó wà azibá ó wà dé kókò ó dé kàn òtẹ ẹka àwà ẹ nọ iye sọ wẹ lọ àyẹwò ẹlú ẹ bá fà ọmọ èmi náà sí ẹ ní dáadẹ wò wẹ lọ náà má mẹ èmi má má ni ọmọ èmi náà sí ẹ nana mi we iya ilu ilele na te lo uhi awa ihe lohi thou shall not kill thou shall not steal ye gbodo yi okay bible ni we tell the why ihe no udadu hi ne dado lele bewo ke na lele court ke na lele wowa ke na lele awerima ke na ege baba ho èmi ní wúnà ẹ̀ mà wúnà wẹ́ àwọn ní ugbómi náà gbẹ̀yọ ọ̀rọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n rí yẹn ugwu èmi àmì ẹ̀yìn ẹ̀yìn ni ma ọ̀sọ́bọ̀ náà mi máa fà náà mi èmọ̀ ni máa bí ẹ̀yà fà wò tẹ́ àwà kìí yẹn ọ̀tẹ́ ẹ̀ pàṣọ.
dọ́mọ̀ ọ̀nàná ẹ̀bọ̀n nínú ìwé ẹ̀dùn wà mí náà yà náà náà dé sínú káyọ̀ ìyẹn èmi náà wọ́n ká máa ń wíkí mi rà náà máa ń rẹ̀ gbó. Zebo mana gbọn bí ẹdọ pàtàkì nìwẹ kí náà yé mi náà mẹ mọ àwẹ kọ wọn wẹ èmi kémi náà àgbọn náà nẹmẹ ẹrọ wàwẹ mi èsì èrọ wàwẹ mi dàn èrọ ẹmí yẹn náà èso rọ náà tiẹ ọsànwó do ayagbọn ọ̀nà yẹ yùn wẹ̀ erun òun àfihàn gbé ọ̀nà bẹ yẹ yùn wẹ̀ ìyẹn. Nuwe kenu nyime ko nyime nugu nyi okeke ole lomani uga nyise afiangbe buwede wa be nyoge dan una te iyeni obi bo mande usalo ba tai ebi no wa wi ye yoto aro kebu ogwe zokpa yebe yi yoto afiangbe kebi we zokpa nunda emi no ma ko oro iye soro na tie no ma wawe esoro na ya bu agbon to agbon oro ugawe uyegbe vio eso yiye ya bu ebo beneri mata eba aimogo wegbo aiwogo beze aiwogo gaba bi yeso iye no eme soro na mego akun mi awona ya gwa loto ara iwe na weto we mi ye ugbeso ko fi owe yiwa awe owe mi ye ibi ekun mi a odo ekun mi nda oleba ene odo bo yawe mi awa na ni iye olawa ni ado awon mi wewewe ama eweri omo wa de fe dokma emi wa sunu emi yon lawa ata ejo to ni aya rile owani aya rile eboni aya rile won tagbon lenu salo ba rile won tagbon na orile sonya unye ugawu bene ni mata bible no wa be oya yebota thou shall not ugawu iye le lo mani wa be we mi esi afiangbe le lo e be soro na osalo bo wa afiangbe no de ni esi ni ewu yen ga mi ni ko no ro emi o ko e mi yekin e ma afiangbe be kin da do bo no ri fie mi ge orewe iye na ya hwe iye nu we zese yi aya ebu edowe iwe re gbeta iye nu zese yi iye nu we ya hwe kwa aya ebu edowe oyo mana oyo we na ge o ma no re gbedia oji no igbedia awe na ede kotuwe we be se ba abe bu edebe yo we edowe na abe mu ezo na be gbi ori mari e ma we ta fan for ye yeri gbedia ni olowo ma ni ye lele gian ede na iwa wewe aze yoyoyo e george highway ofo wa ya gbewa ede de agi mi won se na la ona zobo mi miye nu da okeke oho e ma
wese anyway na zobo bi koko ko ma edoro pewo wa mi eni ni buro ni he si yebo olowo wa ni he si yebo obo sense o ki ma so bowo na mi we ihe osaba no eje mu ewo ria awano rewo uyinaji ya se gbabe abe politician ni se boyo oteso gebo iya ori we ni he se eminu we inu awuna wọ́n lè lò jẹ́ nu na tala wọ́n mú rẹ̀ iye kẹ́rẹ̀ àáyá rẹ̀ ìmáwẹ́nu wa rẹ̀ máa ò sábàrójú wáyá mà ṣùgbọ́n àìrò ẹ̀ lò jẹ́ máa tà ọ́ lígì lọ́rọ́ náà ẹ̀mí yẹn ọ̀rún sinmi náà náà ní ìmọ̀nà ìwàlẹ̀ gbogbo ìlè mà náà ó wà mí ẹni àmì òde nọ́tù ọ̀dọ́ àwọn àárí owó ebe àwọn àfihàn àfihàn ìmọ̀nìrẹ́ owó ebe níbi díẹ̀ ní ẹ̀mí ìrìnàkí àwọn àfihàn àlàwọ̀ wa ahite de mie sowo awu na mugo da kele ihe we ni wetu bo na woni ibi weru ni so ihe ewe waru ni no ri osi lade we na muwe wigo na ahayo we no wani mara me no ru e wa ge he ihe ni ki eni ya ki ni wa e bo na wa la wo abe otesugebo waru so no ikose na wari no wari he we no aru no man na ne no
when I saw John Ebo yo gwe John Vio boye ogwe oven okeke are mu na be o ya mu na wa so a ori
ni anyway kan ya wese
do no pewo na la wona ye me na we mi o we na teme ma no ma mi ori o ebuku na la wo re iyen ma be gbe o se mi ame osowu oso ipapa osi olowo ma yo wa na la na yo bi ma si emi ni bi o hadori oja ebo keke oba atope
ise atame
ihe no ma ye gbedede gbe owe ununaya ti he reye ununaya ti emi ame ete ununa ti yari bae hu do ni ikepa na yiri opa yin oku wagi ma le ni he hu da were igban e bo ki e le gbe wi owo no le gbe mi ni ne o ga we o ga ko kieke o se ti yari ni ebe de na akwe afi were no ro gari pa egwa de ma gbe ide to ku itwe wa ya ni be na mi ho na itwe awe eboni re ekabeto itwe ma ni re igosa o to pe
me anyone me twe aboya fe ke ni ri ye ko via ke ni ri ko ri on wo de ke ya fe o saro ba wo no mu here no da de bo ya fe oba to pe
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
All right, it's another lovely episode of your favorite rendezvous for men on television. And I'm talking about the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Yes, of course, it's always a pleasure to have you join us on this show because on the Guys Hangout Show, we have very important issues to discuss. Now, tonight is not going to be a different ball game because we have something very, very important to talk about. And of course, I'm not alone. I've got someone in the house with whom I'm going to be doing justice to this topic. He goes by the name of Emmanuel Walter. Welcome on board, bro.
Thank you for having me this evening, Mr.
Thank you for doing me the honor of being on the show with me. We have a very pressing issue, something that is becoming a problem, or should I say a challenge in the society, the growing rate of crime and criminality among the youth in the society. If you take a look around you, there's always one, story or the other about crime. Okay, someone is either being robbed or being kidnapped, right? And it's something that has eaten so deep into the very fabrics of our society. Now, what do you think is responsible, for the growing rate of crime in our society?
A lot of things are responsible. A lot
First of all,
things.
say hi to the viewers out there.
Okay, good evening, good day, viewers. It's nice coming here today on Guys Hangout. We are all guys, we chill and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
So back to what we're saying.
Yeah.
A lot of things spoil crimes. A lot of things trigger youths of these days to go into crime.
Okay.
But there are some major factors, you understand? Stuff like unemployment. The rate of unemployment in the country is very, very high, you understand? And you also see, if you check most of these criminals these days, but 80 to 90% of them, they came from what I would say single homes.
Single homes?
Yes, they were
single parents
home. They were trained by either a single father or a single mother.
Okay.
You understand? And drugs is another thing that fuel crime.
Okay.
Access to drugs. You imagine a 13-year-old kid or 12-year-old kid already having access
To drugs.
To drugs.
To substances.
To substance, add substance like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So these things are part of things that fuels crime. You understand? Let's say for unemployment now, imagine someone who has not eaten, who has no job, he has no money to take care of basic needs like shelter, clothing, food. And all those stuffs like that. An idle mind is the devil workshop.
Yeah.
You get. So what comes to that person mind now? When he's alone, doing nothing, he's jobless, he's not mentally engaged. Stuff that comes to his mind that, how can I get this to achieve this? For you know, they start thinking, should I do ritual? Should I go and rob? You understand?
So what you're saying in essence is that to such a youth, crime is a means to an end.
Yes. Crime is like the last option.
The end justifies the means.
Yes. Crime is like the last option. Then drugs, you see a kid, 12-year-old kid, like I said earlier, having access to this illicit substance and start taking it. The next thing, you see your friends, you can't fund that thing now because you're already addicted to it. You get, you're already addicted to it and you need to fund, you need to keep taking it for you to keep moving. The next thing you are thinking is how to steal from your mother or how to steal from your father or how to just look for enemies just to get
just to be able to afford those
just
things.
To be able to afford
could that be the reason? Could that be because some of these substances don't come cheap? Some of them are expensive.
Yes.
Okay.
It's part of the cost because now everybody needs it. And in the market, if you look at the market today, most of the stuffs that are in high demand, then they are expensive. You get, they are expensive because the seller will tell you that you have no choice. You need it. You need that thing. You have no choice but to pay the amount. If they ever tell you 10,000 naira, you guys to pay the 10,000 naira.
Wow.
You get, because you yourself, you know that you need that thing. You know what that thing, the value it has for you. So that's the reason most of all these drugs, they come really, really expensive. And now, coming expensive now, youths that don't have jobs, you get, that takes this substances,
yeah.
They tell you this thing now is 10,000 naira. You have no job.
How do
you can't even afford 1,000 naira.
Yeah.
You don't have 1,000 naira on you. So how can you afford something of 10,000 naira? What comes to your mind? Stealing. You get?
Yeah.
Stealing comes to your mind. Or let's say, okay, you stay kidnapping now. You want to, let's just run one street. Let me use it in their own terms.
Yes.
More your run something now. We go your 1 or 2. We go your put small change for pockets. The next thing, if we just run this eats now, 1 M for your come out, 100K for your come out. You get. So them is big money.
Yeah.
And in most cases, when they do that thing, they won't use the money for something
reasonable.
They'll squander that money on hard drugs.
Wow.
You get.
Okay, so what role does peer pressure play in all of this? I'm sure you know what I mean by peer pressure.
Yeah, peer pressure plays a lot of role.
Okay.
For instance, now, a child, because let me use myself as an example. I was brought up.
I'm asking this question because, you know, people say that evil communication, I think it's even scriptural.
Yes.
That evil communication corrupts good manners.
Yes, corrupts good manners. I was brought up by a single father. You get. I was brought up by a single father. So most times, I'm always with my friends because my dad was never available.
Okay.
Was never around. So most times, I'm always with my friend. So being with my friends, I want to do what they are doing. You get. Imagine in that scenario now, I see a friend. I have like 3 friends. 3 of them, they are smoking.
And you're in their midst.
And I'm in their midst. This, after I try this stuff, the other one, after I try, within 2 to 3 weeks of associating with them, I'm already in it.
Especially since your dad is not around to
yes,
protect
to
you.
caution me.
Caution you,
yes, I'm already in it. From taking cannabis or those stuffs, we are indulging in other activities, other more dangerous activities. For you know, we start sleeping outside, coming home late at night, clubbing, from clubbing to, for you know, we start growing. Let me just say we are growing in it, in bad activities, those activities, illegal activities. You get. So that is one of the peer pressure role that plays. Peer pressure, you want to do what your friends are doing. Let me give you another example. Let's say a kid now is in a society where he's not welcome at home. The house is scattered. You get? The house is scattered. So he finds solace outside. And the people he mingles with outside, they are the big boys. The big boys, the big girls. And their means of income or their lifestyle is a wayward lifestyle, illegal means of income. You want to be like them, you want to feel among, to avoid criticism. You get? You want to be with them. That fear of they won't take you as their own.
You don't want to be left out.
You don't want to be left out. Thank you. That is one of the role peer pressure play.
Okay, let's talk about poverty in all of this. Poverty has been known, to be a major, should I say, driving force for crime and criminality. A lot of people that go into crime always, cite poverty as an excuse. Some of them will tell you, they can barely survive. Apart from the unemployment is, closely linked
related
to this,
to poverty.
But you see, beyond unemployment, some people are just poor. They are in abject poverty. And for them, crime and criminality is the only escape route.
Only escape route
from poverty.
For poverty.
What do you make of that?
Yeah, poverty, unemployment, poverty, they are related. You get, but there are some set of people, they were born poor.
Okay.
They worked
so they
their
have
way
a poor
out.
Background. Okay.
Yes, they came from poor background. They worked their way out of poverty through legal means.
Legal means.
Legal means.
So you're saying, in essence, is that you don't have to, take to crime or criminality to break out of poverty.
Break out of poverty, you don't have to. So those people that tell you because they are poor, they are just
looking for an excuse.
Looking for an excuse, or they are lazy people. Let me say they are lazy people. You get? They don't want to work hard. They don't want to go through the legal source. They want a quick, okay, now let's say social media. Someone who is poor, you and your classmates that went to the same school, was in the same class, good buddies, close friends, tight friends. You get? After school now, you're on social media, you're scrolling through Facebook, and next thing you see, that's your classmate, that was your very close buddy back then in school. He's doing well, he's doing fine suddenly, and you're like, ow. You get?
And then you are probably not doing so well yourself.
You are not doing so well yourself. Two things: how you want to link up with that your friend, you get, or how you want to make your own self comfortable to be like that your friend.
Okay.
So that when next you guys see,
you can measure up.
You can measure up.
So you don't begin to feel less of the person in his presence.
Yes. You get. So now, when you are thinking those stuff, you are thinking what to do. In most cases, you are able to link up with that your friend. You start begging your friend, Omo, I want to use the local man language.
Okay.
Omo, I broke, I not get money, life hard, I never parents, I never chop since money. You get. And now your friend like, Afa, bro, chill, okay, let me put you through, see what I'm doing. Let's say the friend is into illegal means, and it shows you, and you are desperate. Desperation is another thing.
Desperation.
Yes.
Now, before you throw more light on the desperation part, I would like us to go on this very important break. It's still the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television. Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back. It's still the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, and tonight we're discussing the rising spate of crime and criminality in our society. And I've got Emmanuel Walters right here with me to discuss this. Now, before we went on that break, Emmanuel, you were talking about desperation as a factor responsible for crime and criminality.
Yeah. Like I was saying earlier, desperation is another thing that drives the mind of a youth.
Okay, so you're saying when a young person is desperate to succeed?
Yes. It can go any means. It can go any length.
Any length.
Just to make money. You want to drive that latest car, you want to wear that latest designer, you want to eat that fine girl in your streets. You get those things. You are desperate to do those things. That motive, you must do it by all means, desire. You get? Now, you see your friend that it tells you that this is what I do to do it. You are desperate. You are thinking also, if I decide not to follow my friend's advice, not to do what he's doing, you get the way my friend will say, look me. There's a way he's going to take me. He's not going to take me serious. You jump into it without thinking of the consequence. In most cases also, you just say, okay, let me just do it once. Once the money come, I will use the money, invest, I will use it and quit, you understand? But once, it's very sweet. You really enjoy the funds. You go again, and before you know, you are full-time. It's a full-time business for you. That's it.
Okay, so let's take a look at the government's role in all of this. Because we can't talk crime and criminality without examining the role, or should I say, the action or inaction of government, as regards this. So what do you think the government isn't doing right?
A lot of things the government isn't doing right. I will say this in my terms. The youth are the symptoms. The government are the disease. You get? Because in many cases, I'll break it down for you. I'll give you 2 examples. Now, there's an election coming up. This government now, they want to rig election. The country system, the system of the country. They give arms and ammunition to these youths who are desperate to make money. They give them, they just put small change in their pockets. Okay, do this. Now, those youths, they have done what they were asked to do.
What they were paid to do.
What they were paid to do. The government forgets about them. Imagine a young man who has a gun at home, that hasn't eaten, that hasn't paid his house rent. His wife and his kids, they are looking at him. You get?
Expecting so
much from him. And he has a gun under his bed. What do you think his next move will be? To go out in the night with that gun to rob. Another scenario again now. Okay, we were able to catch some criminals. What are we going to do with those criminals now? You dump them, you put them in prison. Let's say you caught an 18-year-old kid. You put him in prison. The prison cell that you kept him in, there's another adding criminal in that cell. What do you think is going to happen? You are just breeding
more criminals.
You get? You are breeding more criminals. That kid now coming out. Let's say you give him 1 year imprisonment. After 1 year, is in a cell with about 3 or 4 adding criminals. After 1 year, it comes out. What do you think is going to happen? It's going to be way more worse than how he went in.
More deadly
than how he went in. You get? So governments, there are a lot of things they are not doing well. First, they should create jobs for the youth.
Okay.
It's one of the major things we keep talking about.
Because I was going to ask you what you think they should do right.
Yes. Jobs. They should create enough jobs for the youth. And we should also talk about rehabilitation. Yes. These kids, let's rehabilitate these kids. Let's put them.
Do you think we have the adequate facilities to make that happen in this part of the world?
We don't have. This is another place government should look into. You get? I think in some Western countries, most Western countries, we have prison for girls, prison for women.
And then there are penitentiaries as well, especially in the US.
Yeah, prison for kids.
Yeah.
This prison, they don't just put those kids there for doing nothing, ad labor. No. They go to school, they are being taught, they have therapy classes.
They even have skills
acquisition centers in the prison. So after the 6 months, 1 year that they are spending in prison, when they come out, they have something doing. Their life is way more better than when they went in.
Okay.
You understand? They have something doing. They learned that the life they were living before is not the life they are supposed to be living. You get? So government should focus on rehabilitation and jobs.
Rehabilitation and jobs. Now, how effective is the criminal justice system in rehabilitating young people?
is very, very poor. I don't think I've seen any...
Because we're still talking rehabilitation now.
I don't think I've seen any rehabilitation center in Nigeria. I don't think we have. If we have, please let me know. I don't think we have any. We just see a kid, we just dump them in prison, say it was an armed robber, it was this, it was that. Take him to Oko, take him to Kirikiri. He goes, serves his term, he comes out. What do? You just make that kid more angry. He's pissed with you for putting him there. He was trying to survive. He was looking for what to eat. You get?
Okay.
He was trying to survive. He was trying to make a living for his family. Trying to make his father or his mother proud of him, his younger sisters proud of him, before you put him there.
And this is not a justification for crime, though?
This is not the justification for crime. You get? You place him there now. He's thinking, if he comes out, how is he going? How is the family going to accept him?
Okay.
You get? Most cases, the family will accept him, okay, because he's their son and stuff. Most cases, they won't accept. Sometimes, if the child will be too ashamed to go home, relocate to another state, start another crime there again. Because the state you are going to, you know nobody.
Okay.
You are starting from square one.
It's a neutral place.
You understand? Now, you are back to the same crime again.
So the cycle continues.
The cycle continues.
Okay, now you talked about dysfunctional homes much earlier.
Yeah.
Right? The fact that some, children are from dysfunctional homes.
Yeah.
There are children who were exposed to lots of violence as kids, right?
Yes.
Especially when they were still in their infant stage.
Yeah.
Right? They saw their parents, indulging in
different stuff.
Exactly, indulging in violence and all of that. And that, in turn, has shaped their mindset. How do you think this also contributes to crime and criminality?
They say, there's this saying that they do say when I was growing up, charity begins at home. You get? The father, the mother, they are the best teachers. Way more better than those in the school, than the ones we meet in school. Now, I see my father every morning smoking. In the evening, the same thing.
Okay.
The next day, the same thing. Same routine.
Okay.
Every day. To me, it's a normal thing.
Okay.
It's good. Before you know, I'll start it. Maybe the one that my dad just kept somewhere carelessly. Let me try this thing and see how it is. You want to
experiment with it?
Yes, I want to experiment with it. And before you know, I'm in it. Let's say a scenario where a father is beating his wife. The man is beating his wife. The kid, the same thing, he grows with that mindset. He grows with that mindset. And the next thing is making his own relationship toxic. He's already beating his own wife because it was what his father saw. His father would tell him that you are a man, you need to control the house, you need to control your wife. Don't let your wife control you.
And that's his own way of controlling the home.
That is his own way of controlling the home. The kid will have that mentality that that's the right thing to do.
All right, quickly, before we call it a wrap on the show, right? What's your final word? What's your advice for young people out there who are already neck deep in crime and criminality? And of course, those who are also thinking of towing the same line, in less than a minute before we call it a wrap.
For those thinking of towing the same line, I would say there's no gain there. There's no gain there. I think we have to look for other ways. They have to look for other ways. Legal ways to survive. Because most of the factors driving, the major factor driving this thing, they want to survive.
Survival instinct.
Yes, survival instinct. So they have to look for other ways to survive, legal ways to survive. And the government, the family, the church, the society as a whole, the community as a whole, they have major role to play in this.
All right. I actually do wish we had more time on this show, but you've done justice to this topic, and I must say a very big thank you to you, Emmanuel Walters,
my pleasure,
for being on the show with me. It's been the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, and we'll be taking a look at the growing rate of crime and criminality amongst the youths in the society. Well, crime is a menace that needs to be stamped out of our society. Well, I think that responsibility doesn't just lie on the shoulder of one person, but it's something that we must all rise up, to stamp out of our society. And that responsibility must be taken up by, both the citizens and the government, and the bulk of the responsibility lies on the shoulders of the government. Well, it's been an amazing show so far. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
ITV, certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Now go this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright? Well, I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and the set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, raising your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm here for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time is it? 3, 2, 1. This is when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, will just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's get it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. And this is the cool-down. Alright guys, just suspend the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes with hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that that means this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weight to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll be doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get your lady out there. Watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape, and that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's okay, big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? I mean, why they cross legs for ladies? Now, you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course, to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1, I did 2, and I called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, ITV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something. You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them or are dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Ugeni Madonna, in Mazedion, Orebo, Obesni Agbo, Emanazo, or Ugeni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders' Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
etinuto enue. Ibiago mani diakwa etinuto enue. Ibiago mani diakwa etinuto enue ati. Enue. Ọba la tọpẹ. Osanore. Umadogemo. Àpọ̀n ẹ̀jẹ̀ ni àwọn ọ̀gẹ̀ wá ẹ̀ nọ́rí ọba òsànọ̀rọ̀ ọba ọmọdé mọ́ àpọ̀n ẹ̀jẹ̀ ni àwọn ọ̀gẹ̀ wá ẹ̀. Àwọn ẹ̀rẹ́ ló bí ẹ̀fọ́ rẹ̀ o. Wọ́n pa nìyẹn. Wọ́n pa ìyẹn o. Wọ́n pa ẹnìyẹn. Ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Tanuki were, baba nuki were, abuki sirioke o. Abuki sirioke ko. Amira na yoki. Ebi na ya yoku wasa yage we. Eke doku yege to kumaka. Aba yano.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.